Welcome back, legends. And if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what if fanfictions. This channel isn't just about retelling stories. Here, we explore alternate destinies, power awakenings, and the darkest secrets of the wizarding world that were never revealed. Quick note before we begin. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and reimagined purely for storytelling and entertainment purposes, so each video delivers a fresh experience. Want to skip the intro? Jump straight to 1 minute to dive into today's main twist. And if you enjoy powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit subscribe because we upload daily magical what if videos you won't want to miss. In today's video, we ask a single question. What if Harry Potter sued the ministry at age 11 and won millions in magical compensation? One that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. Let's begin.
The dust in the cupboard under the stairs tasted like forgotten things. Harry Potter knew this taste as well as he knew the ache in his knuckles from scrubbing the kitchen floor, or the precise number of cracks in the ceiling above his thin mattress, 37. It was the taste of spider silk and loneliness, of wool blankets that never warmed, of a life pressed into a dark, narrow space. He lay very still, listening to the house. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticked like a slow, disapproving heartbeat. Upstairs, Dudley's floorboards groaned as he rolled over in his sleep, a sound followed by the wet bubble of a snore. Uncle Vernon's own snores were seismic, shuddering through the walls. Aunt Petunia had gone silent an hour ago. They thought he was asleep. They always thought he was asleep, or invisible, or simply not worth considering at all. The Dursleys of number 4, Privet Drive, preferred their nephew to be like the cupboard itself, something closed away, unmentioned, a slight embarrassment to be polished around. But Harry was awake. His green eyes were open in the dark, fixed on a single sliver of yellow light cutting under the door. It was the hall nightlight, shaped like a fairy. Aunt Petunia thought it was chic. To Harry, it was a miniature sun, the only one he ever saw after bedtime. Tomorrow was his 11th birthday. Not that it would matter. Last year, for his 10th, Aunt Petunia had given him a coat hanger and a lecture on the proper hanging of trousers. The year before, it had been Uncle Vernon's old, grease-stained sock. The Dursleys did not celebrate Harry Potter. They endured him, a piece of awkward, messy furniture that came with the house. A quiet, cold anger stirred in his chest. It wasn't a new feeling. It had lived with him for as long as he could remember, a second heartbeat under his ribs. But lately, it had begun to change. To sharpen. It wasn't just about the cupboard, or the chores, or Dudley's punching. It was about the lies. The dreams, for one. Strange, vivid flashes of a blinding green light and a woman's scream that felt more like memory than imagination. The odd things that happened around him when he was upset or scared, the time he'd somehow shrunk a hideous jumper Aunt Petunia forced him to wear, or the day he'd found himself on the school roof after running from Dudley's gang. And the questions. The biggest one, the one that burned in the dark, why? Why did he live here, in this cupboard, with people who loathed the very sight of him? Who were his parents, really? Drunkards who died in a car crash, Uncle Vernon would boom, his face purpling. But car crashes didn't explain the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, a scar that sometimes prickled with a pain that was anything but ordinary. The anger coiled tighter. It felt focused. For the first time, it didn't just yearn for escape. It demanded answers. A soft click echoed in the silent house. Harry held his breath. It wasn't from upstairs. It came from outside the cupboard door. The letterbox. He waited, listening. No footsteps. The Dursleys slept on. Slowly, silently, he pushed his thin blanket aside. The floor was cold under his bare feet. He pressed his eye to the narrow gap where the door didn't quite meet the frame. The hall was empty. But on the polished parquet floor, just visible in the fairy light glow, lay a single envelope. It wasn't like the bills or the catalogs Aunt Petunia ordered from. It was thick, heavy-looking parchment. His name and address were written in an emerald green ink that seemed to shimmer even in the dim light. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. His heart gave a single, massive thump against his ribs. The cupboard under the stairs. It was addressed to him. Here. To his cupboard. He didn't dare move. This was a trap. It had to be. Some new, cruel joke of Dudley's. But Dudley couldn't write that neatly, and he certainly didn't own emerald ink. The desire to snatch it was a physical pull in his gut. Something was his, addressed to him, to his true, hidden place in this world. He reached for the doorknob, his fingers trembling. The staircase above him creaked. Harry froze, his hand inches from the latch. Aunt Petunia's slippered feet appeared on the top step, then her bony ankles, her housecoat. She patted down silently, a long, pale ghost in the night. She didn't look towards the cupboard. Her eyes were fixed on the letter on the floor. She stared at it as if it were a venomous snake. Her hand flew to her throat. For a long moment, she simply stood there, her face a mask of pure terror. Then, with a sudden, sharp movement, she snatched it up. The parchment crackled in her grip. She turned it over, saw the back. Harry glimpsed a red wax seal with a coat of arms. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a letter, H. Aunt Petunia made a small, choked sound. She crumpled the letter violently in her fist, the wax seal breaking with a faint snap. Then she turned and hurried back up the stairs. Harry heard the muffled, urgent sounds of her waking Uncle Vernon. A low rumble, then a sharp, what? Harry sank back onto his mattress, the cold from the floor seeping into his bones. The anger was no longer cold. It was a white-hot wire. That was his. They had taken what was his. Again, he didn't sleep. He watched the sliver of light under the door, waiting. The house settled back into an uneasy quiet. Just before dawn, another sound. Not the letterbox. A soft, almost inaudible pop, like a cork being pulled from a bottle, right outside the front door. Harry was at the gap again in an instant. A man was standing on the Dursleys' perfectly manicured front lawn. He was tall and lean, dressed not in wizard's robes as some deep, whimsical part of Harry's mind half expected, but in a perfectly tailored, if slightly old-fashioned, three-piece suit of charcoal gray. His hair was black streaked with elegant silver at the temples, and he carried a slender, polished cane of dark wood. He didn't look at the house. He was looking at the sky, which was just beginning to lighten from black to indigo, as if checking the time. Then he turned, and his gaze went straight to the bay window of the living room, as if he could see through the brick and net curtains. His eyes, even from this distance, seemed a sharp, piercing blue. He didn't approach the door. He didn't knock. He simply stood there, a still, calm figure in the pre-dawn gloom, an uninvited truth on the pristine grass. He reached into his breast pocket and withdrew not a wand, but a small, silver card case. He selected a single card, then, with a graceful flick of his wrist, sent it sailing through the air. It didn't flutter. It shot in a straight, deliberate line, slipped through the letterbox with a soft tap, and landed on the hall mat. The man touched the brim of an invisible hat, gave a small, formal nod to the house, and then, with another soft pop, vanished. The space where he stood was empty. Harry's breath fogged the wood of the cupboard door. His pulse hammered in his ears. He watched the hall, waited for the Dursleys to storm down. Silence. Gathering every ounce of his frayed courage, Harry turned the latch. The door opened with the tiniest of squeaks. He slid out, a shadow in his oversized pajamas, and crept across the cold floor. The card lay face up on the mat. It was thick, cream parchment. The engraving was deep and precise. Mr. Thaddeus P. Evans, solicitor at Magical Law, Evans and Associates, Chambers 7 to 12, Diagon Alley, London, specializing in heritage, custody, and magical civil liberties. Below the address, in smaller, simpler script, was a single line. For the attention of Mr. Harry James Potter, in the matter of your wrongful placement, and the gross negligence of the Ministry of Magic. Harry picked up the card. It was warm to the touch. The words seemed to pulse against his skin. Wrongful placement. Gross negligence. The Ministry of Magic. The words meant little, and yet, they meant everything. They named the unseen world that had caused the green light, the scream, the scar. They named the power that had left him here. And the words, dry and legal as they were, contained a promise. An accusation. A path. He heard the heavy tread of Uncle Vernon on the stairs. Harry didn't scramble back to the cupboard. He stood his ground in the dim hall, the solicitor's card clutched tight in his hand, the dust of the cupboard still on his skin. He looked up at the large, purple-faced man descending towards him, dressing gown billowing. Uncle Vernon's eyes bulged. They went from Harry's face to the card in his hand. He saw the broken wax seal on the floor where Aunt Petunia had dropped it. His jowls trembled. "Give me that, boy!" he roared, his voice shaking the fairy light. Harry took a step back. But it wasn't a cowering step. It was a step of preparation. The cold anger had crystallized into something hard and clear. "No," Harry said. The word was quiet, but it hung in the air between them, solid and defiant. It was the first time he had ever openly disobeyed a direct order. Uncle Vernon stopped on the bottom stair, shock momentarily overriding his fury. In that frozen second, the first ray of the rising sun pierced the hall window. It struck the emerald engraving on the card in Harry's hand, making the words "Magical Civil Liberties" shine like a beacon. The cupboard door stood open behind him, a dark, empty mouth. He was never going back inside. The words seemed to echo in the stunned silence of the hallway. "No." Uncle Vernon's face underwent a terrifying transformation. The purplish red flush deepened to the color of raw liver. A vein in his temple throbbed, a pulsing, angry worm under his skin. His small eyes, wide with disbelief, narrowed into glinting slits. "What?" he breathed, the word thick with menace, "did you say to me?" Harry's fingers were clamped so tightly around the cardstock that his knuckles were white bone. He could feel the sharp edges biting into his palm. The physical pain was an anchor. It grounded him against the tidal wave of Vernon's fury, a fury he had spent a lifetime avoiding. "It's addressed to me," Harry said, his voice quieter than he wanted, but it didn't shake. "My name is on it." "Your name?" Vernon spat, taking a heavy step off the stair and onto the hall floor. The floorboards groaned. "Your name is Freak, and that thing is addressed to my house. To my address. Give it here." He lunged, a large, meaty hand swiping through the air. Harry didn't think. He ducked, a movement honed by years of avoiding Dudley's fists. Vernon's momentum carried him forward, and he stumbled, catching himself on the wall with a thunderous slap. "Vernon!" Aunt Petunia's shriek came from the top of the stairs. She stood there, clutching her housecoat at her throat, her face as long and white as a horse's in panic. "The neighbors." Vernon righted himself, his breathing a ragged, steaming sound in the cool hall air. The mention of the neighbors, of the pristine reputation of Privet Drive, acted like a choke chain. He visibly wrestled his rage into a seething, contained boil. "You will hand over that piece of rubbish," he said, each word a block of ice. "You will go back into your cupboard. You will not come out until you are 17, if I have my way. And you will never, ever speak of this again." "It's from a solicitor," Harry said. He didn't know where the words came from. They just fell from his lips, flat and factual. "It says, magical law. It's about me." The word, magical, hung in the air like a curse. Aunt Petunia made a whimpering sound. Vernon's jowls quivered. For a moment, pure, unadulterated fear shone in his piggy eyes, cutting through the anger. It was the fear Harry had seen last night on Petunia's face. The fear of the world that had taken her sister. That fear gave Harry a sliver of strength. They were afraid of this. Of the card. Of the man who sent it. "It's not rubbish," Harry pressed, the momentum a fragile, thrilling thing in his chest. "It's important. He's coming. The solicitor." "No one is coming," Vernon roared, but the bluster was thin, paper over a crackling fire. "There is no such thing as magic. There are no solicitors for your kind. It's a prank. A nasty, grotesque prank by some degenerate." Ding dong. The doorbell. Its chime was ordinary, cheerful, the same two-tone sound it had always made. In the heightened silence of the confrontation, it was as shocking as a gunshot. All three of them froze. Vernon's head swiveled towards the front door. Petunia's hand flew to her mouth. Harry's heart, which had been hammering against his ribs, seemed to stop entirely. Through the frosted glass of the front door, a tall, dark silhouette was visible. Patient. Unmoving. "I'll get it," Dudley's sleepy, complaining voice grumbled from upstairs. They heard his heavy tread on the landing. "No!" Vernon and Petunia screamed in unison. Vernon moved with a speed Harry didn't think him capable of. He charged down the hall, not towards Harry, but towards the door, his bulk blocking the view. "You will go upstairs, Dudley. Now. This is not for children." He fumbled with the lock, his hands shaking. He yanked the door open, already puffing himself up, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse on a canvasser or a lost delivery man. The man in the gray suit stood on the doorstep. The dawn had broken properly now, washing Privet Drive in pale, clean light. It gleamed on his polished shoes, on the silver head of his cane. He looked exactly as he had on the lawn, but closer, his presence was both more solid and more unsettling. He was utterly, impeccably normal, and yet he radiated an aura of quiet, unassailable authority that made Vernon Dursley, in his paisley dressing gown, look like a squawking, bloated turkey. "Good morning," the man said. His voice was deep, cultured, and as cool as the morning air. "You must be Mr. Vernon Dursley. My card, I believe, preceded me." His piercing blue eyes flicked over Vernon's shoulder, meeting Harry's gaze for a fraction of a second. A tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Then his focus returned to Vernon. "I am here to see my client, Mr. Harry Potter." "Client?" Vernon spluttered, his face mottling again. "I don't know what game you think you're playing, but you have the wrong house. There is no client here. There is no Harry Potter. Now clear off before I call the police." Thaddeus P. Evans did not blink. He didn't raise his voice. He simply reached into his inner pocket and withdrew a long, thin parchment scroll, sealed with the same red wax Harry had seen the night before. "I have here, Mr. Dursley, a writ of introductory intent, filed with the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the British Muggle Liaison Office. It grants me the right to confer with my underage magical client in the presence of his Muggle guardians. Your obstruction, while emotionally understandable, is legally irrelevant. And, if I may be so bold, rather foolish." He said all of this in the same tone one might discuss the weather. Every word was a precise, gentle hammer blow. Ministry of Magic. Muggle. Magical client. Each term made Vernon flinch as if struck. "You're mad," Vernon whispered, but the fight was draining from him, replaced by a confused terror. "Perhaps. But I am also inside your threshold. And with that, Mr. Evans stepped forward. Vernon, instinctively, shuffled backwards. The solicitor entered the hall of number 4, Privet Drive. He brought with him the scent of crisp linen, old books, and a faint, ozone-like sharpness. He closed the door softly behind him. The hall seemed to shrink. He was too tall, too still, too real for this place of plastic covers and fake cheer. His eyes swept the space, the cupboard under the stairs with its door ajar, the single worn-out sneaker peeking from the dark, the pristine perfection everywhere else. His expression did not change, but the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. "A cupboard," he stated, his voice devoid of inflection. "Fascinating." Aunt Petunia found her voice. It was a thin, reedy thing. We were going to move him to the second bedroom. Just as soon as we sorted out the clutter." Mr. Evans turned his gaze on her. Petunia withered under it. "I am sure," he said, the words dripping with polite, absolute disbelief. "Now, I would like a few moments of privacy with Mr. Potter. The kitchen will suffice. You will not order me about in my own house." Vernon rallied, his pride stung. "Very well, Mr. Evans raised his cane an inch and tapped it lightly on the hall floor. Tap. The world softened. The edges of everything bled slightly, the colors dulled. The angry red of Vernon's face faded to a muted pink. The sound of Dudley, frantic whispering from the top of the stairs vanished. A profound, ringing silence enveloped them, as if they had been submerged in thick gel. "A simple privacy charm, Mr. Evans explained. To the outside world, this conversation is not happening. You may shout, Mr. Dursley, until you are quite blue. No one will hear. Now, the kitchen." This time, it was not a request. Vernon, his will crushed by the silent, effortless demonstration of the unnatural, could only gape. Harry moved first. He walked past his uncle, his bare feet silent on the floor, and pushed open the swing door to the kitchen. He held it open for the solicitor. Mr. Evans entered as if it were a boardroom. He pulled out a chair from the perfectly clean table and sat, laying his cane across his knees. Harry sat opposite him, the formica table between them. Through the open door, he could see the Dursleys, huddled together in the silent hall, staring in like ghosts at a window. "First, Mr. Evans said, his demeanor shifting minutely. The professional chill thawed, just a fraction. "Happy birthday, Mr. Potter." Harry blinked. No one had ever said that to him. Not like that, not meaning it. "Thank you," he managed, his throat tight. "I am Thaddeus P. Evans. I was your mother's solicitor." And now, I am yours, if you will have me. My mother's. The words were fragile glass in the air. Lily Evans was a witch of remarkable talent and principle, Evans said, and there was a genuine, old sadness in his eyes. She consulted me briefly upon coming into her magical majority, to ensure her few assets were in order, separate from her Muggle family. His gaze flicked towards the hall, where Petunia stood rigid. She was wise to do so. I failed her, in the end. I could not protect her from he who must not be named. But I made her a promise. A magical oath, that if ever her child needed protection of a different kind, protection from obscurity, from neglect, from the very institutions that should have safeguarded him, I would step in. Harry's mind was racing. The words were too big, too fast. Magical oaths. He who must not be named. Institutions. The Ministry of Magic. Harry whispered. A sharp, approving nod. Precisely. For 10 years, I have monitored your situation from a distance, as permitted by the vague and woefully inadequate statutes governing magical orphans in Muggle care. I have filed inquiries. I have been met with platitudes and assurances. The blood wards are strongest with his mother's kin. He is safe and loved. Mr. Evans's lip curled in a disdain so potent it was like a physical force in the Dursleys' cheerful kitchen. Last month, I finally invoked an ancient bylaw. I sent a passive, observational charm, a listening fern, quite legal if obscure, into this dwelling. What it showed me, compelled immediate action. He reached into his briefcase, which Harry hadn't even noticed him carrying, and withdrew a small, crystalline vial. Inside, a silvery, smoke-like substance swirled. This is a pensieve extract. A captured memory. Not mine. It's. He pointed the tip of his cane towards the hall cupboard. The memory of a space. Of 10 years of darkness, of loneliness, of locked doors. He placed the vial on the table between them. The silvery mist seemed to pulse with a faint, sorrowful light. With this, and with my own testimony as a sworn officer of magical law, we are going to sue the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Potter. For gross dereliction of duty. For intentional infliction of emotional distress. For wrongful placement and criminal neglect. We are going to take them for every galleon in their vaults. And we are going to get you out of this cupboard. For good. Harry stared at the swirling memory. He could see faint shapes in it, a small boy crying silently, the gleam of a single scared eye at a crack in a door, the endless stretch of dark, dusty shelves. It was his life, captured in a bottle. The hope that surged in him was so violent it was painful. It was a blade cutting through the frozen numbness of a decade. But with it came a torrent of fear, of confusion. Why? The question burst from him. Why did they leave me here? If they knew about this. Mr. Evans leaned forward, his blue eyes holding Harry's. Because, Mr. Potter, you are famous. And to the tired, frightened bureaucrats of the ministry, you were not a child. You were a symbol. A symbol is best kept where it is quiet, and out of sight, and asks no difficult questions. They valued their comforting narrative, the hero, safe and humble with his loving relatives, over the messy, demanding reality of a boy. They preferred a convenient lie to an inconvenient truth. He spoke with a quiet, furious passion that Harry felt in his very bones. So, Mr. Evans said, sitting back. The question is not why, Harry. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Will you let them continue to dictate your life from the shadows of a cupboard? Or will you stand with me, in the full light of magical law, and make them pay for every single dark night? Harry looked from the solicitor's stern, determined face to the vial of his own suffering. He looked at the door, where the Dursleys stood imprisoned in the silent charm, their faces masks of outrage and fear. He thought of the green light, the scream he couldn't remember but felt in his soul. He thought of the card in his hand, the words magical civil liberties. He wasn't just Harry, the freak. He was Harry Potter. And someone, for the first time, was not offering him pity or punishment. They were offering him a weapon. He met Thaddeus Evans's gaze, and the last of the cupboard's dust seemed to fall from his shoulders. Yes, Harry said. His voice was clear. It did not waver. Make them pay. In the silent hall, held captive by the charm, Vernon Dursley watched the boy at the kitchen table, the set of his thin shoulders, the fierce green eyes, and knew, with a sickening lurch, that everything was about to change. The control he had held for 10 years was slipping through his fingers like smoke, and the freak he had kept in the dark was stepping into a light he could never, ever extinguish. The word, yes, was not a whisper. It was a key turning in a lock Harry hadn't known surrounded him. Thaddeus Evans gave another small, precise nod, as if Harry had confirmed a business transaction of great import. Excellent. He picked up the crystalline vial from the table, the silvery memory swirling like captive fog, and returned it to his briefcase with a reverent care that felt, to Harry, more respectful than any touch he'd ever received. The first step is removal. You cannot be expected to prepare a case while residing in. He gestured with his cane towards the hallway, the tip pointing like an accusation at the cupboard door. Substandard accommodation. Removal. Harry's heart leapt, a wild, frantic bird in his chest. You mean, leave. Now. Within the hour, Evans affirmed. He stood, and Harry scrambled to his feet as well. The solicitor moved to the kitchen doorway, the privacy charm dissolving around him with a faint, shimmering sigh. Sound rushed back in, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant thump of music from Dudley's room, Vernon Dursley's apoplectic sputtering. Absolutely not. You cannot kidnap the boy. I'll have the police. I'll have the army. Mr. Dursley, Evans's voice cut through the bluster like a scalpel. You have, for 10 years, housed a war hero and a child of immense magical significance in a cupboard. You have denied him his history, his identity, and basic human dignity. You have done so, I suspect, with a willful ignorance that borders on the criminal. If you wish to involve the Muggle authorities, please, by all means. I would be delighted to explain the situation to them. My expertise in Muggle wizard legal precedent is quite extensive. I estimate the press alone would be fascinated for, a decade or so. Vernon's mouth opened and closed. The threat of exposure, of his perfect, normal world being invaded by reporters and questions and freakishness, was the ultimate weapon. His fury crumpled into a defensive, terrified hunch. Where will he go? Aunt Petunia asked, her voice a thin wire of tension. She wasn't looking at Harry. She was staring at Thaddeus Evans as if he were a venomous insect that had crawled out of her past. With you. Temporarily, I shall secure him rooms at the Leaky Cauldron in London, Evans said. A respectable wizarding inn. Afterwards, more permanent arrangements will be made, contingent on the outcome of our case. You need not concern yourself. But the letters, Petunia hissed, the word fraught with a history Harry didn't understand. The school. She got one. He'll get one. Evans's eyes narrowed. Hogwarts. Yes. His name has been on the roll since the day he was born. His admittance is not in question. His readiness, however, is. He will not be going to Hogwarts ignorant, impoverished, and straight from a cupboard, as some tragic foundling. He will go as Harry James Potter, with the full weight of his legacy and the ministry's debt behind him. Now, he turned to Harry. Collect your belongings, Mr. Potter. Harry stood frozen for a second. His belongings. The concept was so pitiful it was almost funny. He walked back into the hall, past his aunt and uncle who shrank away from him as if he were suddenly contagious. He knelt in front of the open cupboard door. The darkness within smelled of dust and old despair. He reached in and pulled out the shoebox that held his meager possessions, a broken toy soldier, a marble, a few crayon stubs, a photograph of himself aged 1, grinning in the arms of a man with messy black hair and glasses who must be his father. He'd found it tucked inside a baby book once, and stolen it. He took his second-hand school uniform, his few socks and pants, all threadbare. He rolled them into a bundle. It was pathetically small. From a high shelf, wrapped in an old tea towel, he retrieved his most secret treasure, a small, handmade wooden flute. He had no memory of where it came from, but he'd had it as long as he could remember. Sometimes, in the deep dark, he would put it to his lips and blow silent, imagined tunes. It felt like comfort. He slipped it into his pocket. That was it. 11 years, in a bundle under his arm. He turned to face the Dursleys. Dudley had crept halfway down the stairs, his piggy eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Petunia's face was a rigid mask. Vernon's was purple with suppressed rage and terror. He had expected to feel triumph. A grand, sweeping sense of victory. Instead, he felt a hollow, clean pain. Like a rotten tooth finally pulled. The ache of the empty socket. Goodbye, he said to them. The words held no sentiment. They were simply a statement of fact. Aunt Petunia's lips tightened. For a fleeting second, something flickered in her eyes, not love, never love, but a sharp, painful recognition. She was looking at Lily's son, walking away. She gave a single, stiff nod. Vernon said nothing. He just glared, a bulwark of hatred against the unacceptable. "Come, Harry," Thaddeus Evans said from the front door, holding it open. The morning sun streamed in, painting a golden rectangle on the hall floor. It was the same sun that had shone every day, but today, Harry was walking into it. He stepped over the threshold. The air outside was sweet with the smell of cut grass and summer. It felt different in his lungs. Freer. He stood on the front step, the door closing behind him with a soft, final click. He heard the lock turn. He was shut out. He had never been so relieved. "This way," Evans said, and began walking down the garden path at a measured pace. Harry hurried to keep up, his bundle clutched to his chest. At the garden gate, Evans stopped. "Hold onto my arm, please. Side-along apparition can be disorienting for the first time. Do not let go." Harry gripped the fine wool of the man's sleeve. Evans raised his cane. The world imploded. It was not like the pop of his arrival. It was a violent, crushing sensation, as if Harry were being forced through a thick, rubber tube. There was a roaring in his ears, a pressure threatening to squash his eyes into his skull. His stomach lurched violently. Just as he thought he might be sick, it stopped. They were standing in a narrow, grimy alleyway behind a row of bustling London shops. The air smelled of petrol, fried food, and something else, something faintly metallic and wild, like the air before a thunderstorm. Harry staggered, his legs buckling. Evans's firm grip on his elbow kept him upright. "Breathe deeply. The nausea passes," Evans said, not unkindly. He watched as Harry gulped in air, the world steadying around him. Apparition. The primary means of magical travel for adults. You will learn it in due time. For now, we walk. They emerged onto a busy London street, Charing Cross Road. Evans guided him past bookshops and record stores, his cane tapping a steady rhythm on the pavement. Harry stared around, overwhelmed. He'd never been to London. The noise, the crowds, the sheer size of everything was dizzying. He stuck close to the solicitor's side, a minnow in a rushing stream. They stopped in front of a shabby, narrow pub, wedged between a sleek bookshop and a trendy record store. It looked as if it had been there for centuries, leaning slightly. Its blackened timber and grimy windows out of place amidst the modernity. A sign creaked overhead, depicting a cauldron with a leak, dripping gold liquid. The leaky cauldron. No one on the busy street seemed to notice it. Their eyes slid over it as if it were a blank wall. "Notice me not charm," Evans murmured. Standard for wizarding premises in Muggle areas. "Follow me, and do not speak to anyone unless I do." He pushed open the door. The inside was dark, warm, and humming with a low, strange energy. The air was thick with the smells of wood smoke, butterbeer, and something earthy like peat. A few witches and wizards in long robes or odd, patched coats sat at tables, talking in low voices or reading newspapers whose headlines moved. A wrinkled old witch behind the bar looked up, her eyes magnified to enormous size by her spectacles. "Tom," Evans said, his voice cutting through the ambient noise. "A room for my client. The best you have. On my account." The barman, Tom, wiped his hands on a rag. His eyes, sharp and knowing, went from Evans to Harry. They lingered on the lightning bolt scar, half hidden by Harry's fringe. A look of profound shock, then reverence, washed over his face. "Bless my soul," Tom whispered, leaning forward. "Harry Potter, in the flesh." A hush fell over the pub. Every head turned, eyes widened, spoons froze halfway to mouths. Harry felt the weight of their stares like a physical pressure. It was different from the stares at school, which were tinged with ridicule or pity. This was awe, and it was terrifying. "Thaddeus," a gruff voice said from a shadowy corner. A large, bearded man in a moleskin overcoat stood up. He had kind, twinkling blue eyes, but his expression was grave. "A word." Evans's posture stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Not now, Hagrid. We are in transit. Ye can't just whisk him away." The giant man, Hagrid, said, his voice trembling with emotion. "Dumbledore's been worried sick since he heard Yate filed the injunction. The boy belongs with his people. He needs to be prepared, protected. He has been with Muggles for 10 years, Rubius," Evans said coldly. "Where was the protection then? Where was the preparation? He is my client, and his interests are now my sole concern." Not Albus Dumbledore's plans. Good day. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a firm, guiding pressure, and steered him towards the staircase at the back of the pub, away from the staring eyes and Hagrid's spluttering protests. Harry glanced back once. Hagrid looked devastated, a great shaggy bear of a man cut adrift. Tom the barman was still gaping. The room Evans secured was at the top of the inn, small but clean, with a window overlooking a dusty courtyard. It had a real bed, with a soft quilt, and a washstand. To Harry, it was a palace. You will stay here, Evans instructed. Do not leave this room. Meals will be brought up. Tomorrow, we go to Gringotts. The bank? Harry asked, remembering the name from the card. Diagon Alley. The Goblin Bank, Evans corrected. We need to assess your financial standing. Your parents left an estate. The ministry, in its role as your de facto guardian, has been managing it. Poorly, I suspect. We will also need to secure funds for the lawsuit. Retaining my services is not inexpensive, but we shall structure it on a contingency basis. I am paid a percentage of what we win. A percentage I expect to be substantial. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, the softness of the quilt alien beneath him. That man downstairs, Hagrid. He knows me. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. A friend of your parents, in his way. A loyal servant of Albus Dumbledore. Evans's tone was neutral, but Harry sensed a deep undercurrent of mistrust. He would have been the one to bring you your Hogwarts letter, to guide you into our world as a wide-eyed charity case, grateful for any scrap of attention. That narrative no longer serves. You are not a charity case. You are a plaintiff. There was a knock at the door. Evans opened it to reveal Tom, holding a tray laden with more food than Harry had ever seen on one plate. Roast chicken, Yorkshire puddings, golden potatoes, gravy that smelled like heaven. For the, young sir, Tom said, bowing slightly. Harry ate until he thought he might burst, the flavors exploding on his tongue. Evans watched him, sipping a glass of water. When Harry was done, exhaustion hit him like a falling wall. The emotional whirlwind, the apparition, the heavy meal, it all crashed down. Sleep, Evans commanded. Process what you can. The hard work begins tomorrow. He left, locking the door behind him with a gentle click that was not a threat, but a promise of security. Harry lay in the dark, in a bed that was his alone, in a room with a door he could lock from the inside. The silence was not the thick, smothering silence of the cupboard. It was a spacious quiet, filled with the distant hum of London. He traced the scar on his forehead. It was tingling slightly. He thought of the awe in the pub. Harry Potter. He thought of Hagrid's sad, kind eyes. He thought of Thaddeus Evans's cool, calculating certainty. A plaintiff. A client. He had a name. But for the first time, he felt the crushing, terrifying weight of it. It wasn't just a name on a cupboard door. It was a story everyone knew but him. A story he was now going to have to rewrite, not with a wand, but with a lawsuit. And as he drifted into an uneasy sleep, the last thing he saw was not the friendly face of a giant, or the stern visage of his solicitor, but the hurt, bewildered look in Hagrid's eyes, the first person from his parents' world who had looked at him with something like love, and whom he had just walked away from. Downstairs in the pub's darkest corner, a silvery white Patronus in the shape of a phoenix burst into being beside Thaddeus Evans as he reviewed parchments. It spoke in a calm, elderly voice that held immense power. Thaddeus. We must talk. The child's fate is not a matter for galleons and goblins. Bring him to Hogwarts. All will be forgiven. Evans watched the spectral bird fade. He did not smile. He simply poured himself a glass of fire whiskey, his expression unreadable. The game was in motion, and the most powerful wizard in the world had just made his opening move. Harry Potter was no longer a symbol to be hidden. He was a prize to be contested. And Thaddeus Evans had no intention of losing. The morning light that filtered through the grimy window of the leaky cauldron was a pale, London yellow, but to Harry, it felt like molten gold. He had slept, a deep, dreamless sleep unlike any he could remember, not because it was peaceful, but because it was empty. The exhaustion of a decade had pulled him under. When he woke, for one disorienting second, he expected to see the sloping ceiling of the cupboard, the spider in the corner. Instead, he saw cream-colored plaster and a water stain shaped like a dragon. The reality came back in a rush. The solicitor. The lawsuit. The room that was his. A knock at the door, firm and precise. Thaddeus Evans entered without waiting for an answer. carrying a bundle of dark fabric. "Your attire is unsuitable for Gringotts," he stated, laying the bundle on the bed. It was a set of robes. Simple, black, finely woven wool. While wizarding fashion has relaxed for daily wear, the goblins respect tradition and ceremony. "Change. We leave in 10 minutes. Harry dressed, the robes feeling strange and heavy on his shoulders but not unpleasant. They were new. Made for him. Evans produced a pair of sturdy black shoes that fit perfectly. "How did you know my size?" Harry asked, lacing them up. "I am a solicitor, Mr. Potter. Attention to detail is the foundation of my profession." Evans surveyed him. "Passable. Now, follow me, and do not speak in the bank unless directly addressed. Goblins are not people. They are a separate nation, bound by ancient treaty. They value clear-cut terms, not pleasantries. They despise waffle. And they absolutely loathe wizards who assume familiarity." They descended into the pub, which was quieter this morning. A few early drinkers glanced up, eyes lingering on Harry, but Evans's stern presence kept them at bay. Tom the barman nodded solemnly as they passed. Evans led Harry through a small, walled courtyard at the back of the pub, a space full of empty barrels and rubbish bins. He withdrew his cane, not to lean on, but as a tool. He tapped a specific brick in the wall, 3 up, 2 across. The brick quivered. It wriggled. Then, with a soft grinding sound, the entire wall began to move. Bricks folded backwards, slid sideways, rearranged themselves into a perfect archway, revealing a cobbled street that twisted out of sight. Diagon Alley. It wasn't just a street. It was a living, breathing tapestry of magic. The air chimed with 100 different sounds: the hoot of owls, the tinkle of brass bells, the crackle of magical signs, the chatter of voices. Shops piled atop each other in leaning, colorful profusion. Elop's Owl Emporium with its snowy occupants blinking sleepily, Flourish and Blots, its windows stacked with books that snapped their covers, a cauldron shop with everything from tiny pewter pots to gigantic brass ones big enough to bathe in. Witches and wizards in every manner of dress flowed through the street, some in bright robes, others in patched cloaks, children trailing behind them, faces alight with wonder. Harry stopped dead on the threshold, his breath catching. This was the world. His world. It was chaotic, noisy, vibrant, and utterly real. The bitterness of the cupboard, the flat grayness of Privet Drive, seemed like a faint, sad dream. "The novelty wears off," Evans said, though his tone wasn't unkind. "For now, stay close. Gringotts is at the far end." They walked. Harry's head swiveled constantly. He saw a wand shop, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, with a single, dusty wand on a purple cushion in the window. He saw an apothecary, its pungent smells of earth and rot and strange spices wafting out. He saw a shop window displaying a set of gleaming robes with moving constellations stitched into the fabric. And everywhere, gold. The symbol of a galleon glittered on signs, on packaging, in the eyes of eager shoppers. The wealth of magic was staggering. And he, who had owned nothing, was apparently a part of it. Finally, they stood before a towering, snow-white building that looked like a Greek temple grafted onto the crooked London street. It dominated the alley, severe and imposing. Bronze doors stood open, flanked by creatures in uniforms of scarlet and gold. Goblins. They were shorter than wizards, with long, clever fingers, pointed faces, and dark, intelligent eyes that held a millennia of shrewd calculation. They watched the wizarding crowd stream in and out with expressions of polite contempt. One of them gave Evans a slow, deliberate nod as they approached the steps. "Remember," Evans murmured. "Precision. No small talk." The entrance hall was vast, marbled, and echoing. 100 goblins sat on high stools behind long counters, weighing coins with tiny scales, examining gems through eyeglasses, scribbling in massive ledgers. The sound was a symphony of clinking metal, scratching quills, and low, guttural speech. A set of inner doors, silver this time, bore an engraved warning. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool marble. Evans walked straight up to a free goblin at the counter. "I am Thaddeus P. Evans, representing Mr. Harry James Potter." We require access to the Potter family vault, and an immediate full accounting and asset valuation, from the date of James and Lily Potter's deaths to the present." The goblin, whose nameplate read Ragnarok, looked up. His black eyes flicked to Harry, lingering on his scar, then back to Evans. There was no awe here, only appraisal. "The Potter accounts have been under Ministry fiduciary oversight, which is the subject of our litigation. The oversight is now contested. As the sole surviving heir, and having reached the age of magical minority for inheritance review, Mr. Potter's access is unconditional. Clause 7.3 of the Treaty of 1641, regarding contested guardianship and asset freeze." Evans's voice was like a steel trap snapping shut. Ragnarok's thin lips twitched. It might have been a smile. It might have been a snarl. "Indeed. Blood verification." Evans nodded. Ragnarok produced a long, thin silver dagger and a sheet of pristine parchment. "A drop, Mr. Potter, on the parchment." Harry, his heart pounding, took the dagger. It was icy cold. He pricked his thumb. A single, perfect ruby of blood welled up. He let it fall onto the parchment. The blood didn't soak in. It skittered across the surface like a living thing, forming lines, shapes, words. It wrote his name, Harry James Potter. Then it wrote, son of James Fleemont Potter, son of Lily J. Potter née Evans. Then, below that, a list of vault numbers appeared, glowing faintly. Ragnarok examined it. Verified. The main vault is 687. The trust vault, 687B. You will require a key for the main vault. The ministry holds the key, Evans stated. We shall retrieve it. Ragnarok clapped his hands. Another goblin scurried over. A brief, hissed conversation in gobbledygook followed. The second goblin vanished through a side door. While we wait, Ragnarok said, we can visit the trust vault. For immediate expenses. He hopped off his stool. Follow the carts. He led them through the silver doors and into a vast, torchlit cavern. The sight took Harry's breath away for the second time that morning. It was a network of stone railways, dizzying in its complexity, plunging into a seemingly bottomless abyss. Small, bronze carts sat on the rails, looking utterly fragile. Ragnarok ushered them into a cart. Hold on. The cart shot forward with a violent lurch, plunging down a steep, twisting track. Wind screamed in Harry's ears. He gripped the side, his knuckles white, as they hurtled through the darkness, past stalactites and glittering mineral veins, diving deeper and deeper into the earth. They sped past vault doors of all sizes, some small and wooden, others huge and iron, guarded by enchantments that made the air shimmer. Finally, with a screech of metal, the cart slowed and stopped beside a small, modest-looking bronze door. Vault 687B. Ragnarok produced a complex key, inserted it, and turned. The door melted away. Light spilled out. A soft, golden, beautiful light. The vault was not large, but it was filled, from floor to ceiling, with coins. Galleons, sickles, nuts. They formed piles, rivers, a miniature mountain range of gold, silver, and bronze. The light of the torches reflected off them, setting the whole chamber ablaze. Harry's mouth went dry. He had never seen a single gold coin in his life. Here were thousands, tens of thousands. The trust vault, Ragnarok said. A discretionary fund for your education and upkeep, replenished annually from the main vault's interest. The ministry, as your fiduciary, was authorized to make withdrawals for your care and maintenance. The goblin's tone was utterly flat, but Harry heard the implicit judgment. How much, Evans asked, his voice cold, has been withdrawn over the past 10 years? Ragnarok pulled a scroll from his belt. 3 galleons, per annum. A silence hung in the glittering vault. 30 galleons. For 10 years of his life. Harry stared at the mountains of gold. 30 pieces of gold, to the Dursleys, for food, for clothes, for the cupboard under the stairs. A hot, sour wave of anger rose in his throat. 3 galleons, Evans repeated softly. The price of a decent cloak clasp. Noted. He turned to Harry. Take what you need for now. 100 galleons should suffice for initial expenses, robes, books, supplies. The rest stays. We will be auditing every canute. Harry, feeling numb, scooped coins into a leather pouch Ragnarok provided. The weight of the gold was shocking, substantial. It clinked with a sound of pure, solid reality. The journey back to the main hall was a blur. When they arrived, the second goblin was waiting, holding a small, ornate key made of a dull, grayish metal. He handed it to Ragnok with a bow. The key to Vault 687. Recovered from the Ministry's fiduciary office. They were reluctant. Evans took the key. It was warm. I expect they were. Now, the full accounting. They spent the next 2 hours in a private side chamber. Parchments piled up. Ledgers floated open. The numbers were staggering. The Potter fortune was not just the gold in the trust vault. It was investments in magical enterprises, a stake in Sleekeasy's hair potion invented, Harry learned with a jolt, by his grandfather, shares in a Welsh dragon reserve, property holdings including a ruined castle in Scotland and a cottage in Godric's Hollow. It was a labyrinth of wealth, meticulously built over generations. And the Ministry's management had been, as Evans suspected, criminally negligent. Investments had lain dormant. Taxes had been overpaid. Properties had fallen into disrepair, their upkeep funds seemingly siphoned into vague, administrative fees. They treated it as a dormant account, Evans muttered, his eyes blazing with cold fire. A piggy bank to be ignored, save for the bare minimum to keep you alive and hidden. This is not just negligence, Harry. This is systemic exploitation. Harry listened, the numbers swimming before his eyes. It was too much. The gold was one thing. This was a legacy. A responsibility. He felt smaller than ever. As they concluded, Ragnok steepled his long fingers. There is one more matter. A sealed container. Deposited by Lily Potter, 1 week prior to her death. Instructions. To be delivered to her son, upon his first visit to Gringotts, after verification of his magical majority or upon the instigation of independent legal counsel. The goblin's eyes flicked to Evans. The latter condition appears to be met. Harry's breath hitched. From my mother. Ragnok clapped again. A goblin brought in a small, silver casket, intricately engraved with lilies. It had no keyhole. Ragnok placed it before Harry. It responds to blood and intent. Place your hand upon it. Think of her. Hesitantly, Harry placed his palm on the cool metal. He thought of the red-haired woman from the photo, of her smile, of the green light and the scream that was his only inheritance. The casket whispered open. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, lay 3 things. A letter, addressed in a flowing, feminine hand. A simple, gold wedding band. And a single, long, blood-red feather that seemed to glow with an inner fire. Harry picked up the letter. He broke the seal. My dearest Harry, if you are reading this, I am gone. And you are not with me, which means we have failed. Know that we loved you, more than magic, more than life. We tried so hard to keep you safe. I don't know what world you will grow up in. I hope it is kind. But I fear it will not be. So I leave you 3 things. The ring is your father's. He would want you to have it. It is just a ring, but it was his. The feather is a tail feather from Fawkes, Albus Dumbledore's phoenix. Phoenixes are creatures of immense magic. They are loyal, and they reborn from their own ashes. This feather is a connection. A promise that death is not the end. It is also a core for a wand, should you need one that is truly your own. Ollivander will understand, and this letter is my voice. I cannot guide you, but I can tell you this, the world will call you, the boy who lived. They will want to make you a symbol, a story for their comfort. Do not let them. You are Harry, my son. Your life is your own. Be kind, be brave, and question everything, especially those who claim to know what is best for you. All my love, across whatever distance separates us. Mum. Tears blurred the elegant script. They fell, hot and sudden, onto the parchment, but the ink did not run. It seemed to absorb them, glowing softly for a second. He clutched the letter to his chest, the ring in his other hand, the feather gleaming like an ember against the velvet. Evans watched, his usual sternness softened by a fraction. He said nothing. Ragnok cleared his throat. The contents are noted and logged. They are, of course, exempt from any valuation. Harry nodded, unable to speak. He placed the items carefully back in the casket and closed it. It was the most precious thing he now owned. As they left Gringotts, the weight of the gold pouch at his belt was nothing compared to the weight in his heart. A weight of grief, but also of a love that had finally reached him, 10 years too late. They stepped back into the bustling sunlight of Diagon Alley. Harry blinked, the world seeming too bright, too loud. Potter. The voice was sharp, authoritative. A witch stood before them, dressed in robes of emerald green, her hair in a tight, severe bun. She had a hard, handsome face and an air of impatient competence. At her side was a wizard with a kindly, anxious face, clutching a camera. "Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet," the witch said, a quick, predatory smile on her crimson lips. "And this is Bozo, my photographer. We've heard the most fascinating rumors. Harry Potter, suing the ministry. Can you confirm? What's it like, knowing the people who saved you from you know who left you to rot in a muggle cupboard?" The camera flashed. A blinding, invasive light. Harry stood frozen, his mother's letter burning a hole in his pocket, the goblin gold heavy at his hip, and the searing glare of the public eye pinning him to the spot. The quiet, dusty life of the cupboard was not just over. It had been blasted apart, and the whole wizarding world was now watching the rubble fall. The flash was not just light. It was a physical impact. Harry stumbled back a step, the afterimage burned onto his retinas, a jagged white shape obscuring the sneering, eager face of Rita Skeeter. The noise of Diagon Alley, which had been a comforting blanket of chaos, sharpened into a needle point of attention focused directly on him. He felt the stares, like fingers poking at his skin. "No comment," Thaddeus Evans said, his voice a whip crack that cut through the momentary silence. He stepped smoothly in front of Harry, a gray wall between him and the camera. "You are harassing a minor in a public thoroughfare. Stand aside, Madam Skeeter." Rita Skeeter's smile didn't falter, it widened, showing a little too much teeth. "Harassing? I'm reporting, Mr. Evans. The public has a right to know." "Harry, darling," she leaned sideways, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial purr meant to bypass the solicitor. "Is it true? The cupboard, the neglect, the woeful mismanagement of your fortune. You must feel so betrayed." Her words were needles, each one seeking a vein of anger or pain to tap. Harry felt them prick, but a deeper, colder instinct rose, the instinct that had kept him silent and watchful at the Dursleys. He met her gaze, his green eyes flat. He said nothing. Evans raised his cane, not in threat, but as a pointer. "You have your picture, Skeeter. Print your speculation. But know this, every libelous word, every insinuation printed without corroborated evidence from our filed writ, will be met with a defamation suit that will make your Gringotts vault look like a pauper's purse. Bozo," he snapped at the cowering photographer, "one more flash, and I will transfigure that camera into a rather embarrassing reptile. Good day." He took Harry's elbow and steered him away, walking at a pace that forced Harry to half-jog to keep up. The crowd parted before them, whispers rising in their wake like a trailing mist. "Potter, lawsuit, Gringotts, looked right at me," he did. They didn't stop until they had ducked into a narrow, shaded alleyway off the main thoroughfare, lined with bins and the back doors of shops. The relative quiet was a relief. "The pestilence begins," Evans said, his jaw tight. He pulled a silver watch from his waistcoat, not checking the time, but tapping its face with his wand. A complex series of tiny, glowing runes shimmered over it and faded. "I've just activated a standard confidentiality ward on our immediate surroundings. It won't stop a determined eavesdropping spell, but it will scramble casual listeners." "Are you all right?" Harry realized he was shaking. Not with fear, but with a jangling, overloaded adrenaline. The camera flash seemed to have ignited something inside him, a raw, exposed nerve. "She knew," he said, his voice rough. "About the cupboard. How? The wizarding world is a village, Harry. A vicious, gossiping village. My filing at the ministry was not a secret. Inquiries were made. The Dursleys, neighbors, obliviators checking for breaches, information leaks. Skeeter is a parasite who senses blood in the water. She will spin whatever narrative sells the most papers." Evans studied him. "Her power lies in your reaction. In your pain. Deny her that fuel. What do? We proceed. With more caution. First, you need a wand. It is the most basic tool of our world, and you cannot be defenseless. Ollivanders is here. We will go now, before Skeeter decides to camp on his doorstep." The thought of a wand, a real magical wand of his own, was a bright, clean lure cutting through the murk of publicity and gold. Harry nodded, pushing the witch's predatory smile from his mind. Garrick Ollivander's shop was as dusty and silent as a tomb. The very air seemed thick with anticipation. Thousands of narrow boxes were piled precariously to the ceiling. A spindly ladder leaned against a shelf. Behind the counter, a man emerged from the shadows. His eyes were wide, pale, and luminous, like moons. "Ah," he breathed. His voice was soft, dusty. "Mr. Potter." A great honor. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. His gaze swept over Harry, missing nothing. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, willow, swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father, on the other hand, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A good transfiguration wand. He came around the counter, moving with a floating, unsettling grace. Which is your wand arm? My right, Harry said. Ollivander's long, white fingers produced a tape measure from his pocket. It sprang to life and began measuring Harry on its own, from shoulder to finger, wrist to elbow, head to floor. As it worked, Ollivander flitted along the shelves, pulling down boxes. Every Ollivander wand has a core of immense magical power. Unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, phoenix feather. No two Ollivander wands are alike. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. The tape measure fell to the floor, coiled and still. Ollivander thrust a box into Harry's hands. Maple and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Quite whippy. Give it a wave. Harry, feeling foolish, took the wand and flicked it. A shower of sparks, orange and weak, sputtered from the tip, and he felt a distinct recoil, as if the wood had tried to jump from his hand. No, no, Ollivander snatched it back. Try this. Ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy. This one was worse. A cold numbness crept up Harry's arm when he held it, and when he waved it, nothing happened at all. Box after box was tried. With each failure, Ollivander grew more excited, his pale eyes shining. A tricky customer. Not to worry, we'll find your perfect match here somewhere. A difficult pairing often denotes a powerful wizard. He vanished into the stacks again, muttering to himself. Evans watched, arms crossed, an impatient but fascinated spectator. Ollivander returned, holding a long, slender box covered in a fine layer of dust, as if it had waited on its shelf for a very long time. I wonder, he murmured. An unusual combination. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. He opened the box. The wand lay on faded velvet, pale wood glowing softly. Harry's fingers tingled the moment he saw it. He picked it up. It was warm. It felt like an extension of his own arm, a missing piece slotting perfectly into place. He gave it a gentle flick. A stream of golden and red sparks shot from the tip, not like the sputtering of the others, but in a joyous, cascading fountain that filled the dusty shop with warmth and light. Charms on the shelves tinkled softly. A feeling of rightness, of profound completion, swept through Harry from his scalp to his toes. Ollivander let out a long, shuddering breath. Oh, bravo. Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Holly and phoenix feather. Curious, how very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, unable to tear his eyes from the wand, the warmth in his hand like a living pulse. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand, Mr. Potter, gave just one other feather. Just one. Its brother wand. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. That phoenix's other feather resides in a wand of you, 13½ inches. It was the wand that gave you that scar. The warm, joyous feeling vanished, replaced by an icy hollow. Harry's grip tightened on the holly wand. Brother wands. Linked to the wand of the man who murdered his parents. The connection felt suddenly dark, tainted. Ollivander leaned in, his voice a whisper. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. But I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Thaddeus Evans stepped forward, his presence breaking the eerie spell. We'll take it. And a basic holster. Charge it to the Potter vault. As Evans handled the transaction, 7 galleons flashing gold, Harry stood staring at the wand. Great things. The words echoed ominously. Did having this wand mean he was destined for a path like Voldemort's? Or did it mean he was the only one who could oppose him? The weight of it, the prophecy in wood and feather, was almost too much. Outside, Evans handed him a simple leather holster. Attach it to your belt. Keep the wand close. It is yours. Its history does not define you. Your choices do. They continued down the alley. Harry was fitted for school robes at Madame Malkin's, the witch chattering cheerfully about Hogwarts houses until she saw the serious, gray-suited man waiting and fell silent. They bought brass scales, a telescope, and pewter cauldrons from potages. Each purchase was made with the heavy galleons from his pouch. Each shopkeeper's eyes lingered on his scar, their reactions a mix of awe, curiosity, and now, after the Skeeter encounter, a new layer of wary speculation. The last stop was Flourish and Blots. The smell of old paper and fresh ink was overwhelming. Towers of books teetered. The required first-year texts were found quickly. A Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. Evans, however, moved to other sections. He pulled down additional volumes. Magical Law, a primer for the underage practitioner, Wizarding Economics and You, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard, and a thick, serious-looking tome called The Foundations of Occlumency. Your education at Hogwarts will be traditional, Evans said, stacking the books. It will not cover these topics in any useful depth. A litigant must understand the system he is challenging. A wealthy individual must understand finance to avoid being robbed. And a target, he added, his voice dropping, must understand how to protect his mind from intrusion. Occlumency is the art of shielding one's thoughts. It is difficult, dry, and essential. You will begin studying it this summer. Harry hefted the book on occlumency. It felt dense, impenetrable. Another responsibility, another layer of defense. As they left the bookshop, the sun was beginning to sink, casting long shadows across the cobbles. Diagon Alley was emptying, the crowd thinning. The strange, wonderful, terrifying day was nearing its end. Harry's arms ached with parcels, his mind was stuffed with new concepts, gold, goblins, brother wands, lawsuits, and the ghost of his mother's words in his pocket. They were halfway back to the leaky cauldron when a figure detached itself from the shadow of a doorway. Not Rita Skeeter. This was a wizard, older, with a kind, tired face and a tweed suit that seemed frayed at the edges. He had an air of gentle authority. Thaddeus, the man said, raising a hand in a placating gesture. A moment, please. Evans stopped, a sigh of exasperation barely audible. Arthur. This is not the time. It's never the time with you, is it? Arthur Weasley said, his eyes flicking to Harry with open, warm curiosity, entirely devoid of Skeeter's hunger. Hello, Harry. I'm Arthur Weasley. Work at the Ministry. Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. My son Ron is starting Hogwarts this year too. I wanted to meet you. And to say, he looked uncomfortable, shifting his weight. What's happening? It's causing quite a stir. At the Ministry. Some people are very angry. Others are ashamed. It's not all one thing. Your point, Arthur. Evans's tone was cool. My point is, he's a boy, Weasley said, his voice firming. He's not a symbol for your crusade, Thaddeus, any more than he is for Dumbledore's. Molly's frantic. She's heard the rumors about the cupboard. She wants to invite him for dinner. A proper home-cooked meal. No politics. Just food. And company. The offer was so simple, so human, it caught Harry completely off guard. A dinner. With a family. The image of a bustling, warm kitchen, so unlike the sterile order of Privet Drive, flashed in his mind. It was dangerously appealing. Avis's response was immediate. Out of the question. Mr. Potter is preparing for complex legal proceedings. His social calendar is not a concern. And his associations must be carefully vetted to avoid any perception of undue influence, especially from a ministry employee, however minor his department. Arthur Weasley's kindly face hardened. He's not a piece of evidence, Thaddeus. He's a child who's had a horrible time of it. You're so busy making the ministry pay, you're forgetting to let him live. The words struck a chord so deep in Harry it vibrated. Let him live. He'd only just started. My client's well-being is my sole concern, Evans said, his voice like ice. It is precisely because he is a child who has had a horrible time of it, that I cannot allow him to be used as a pawn in the ministry's public relations campaign, or absorbed into a family whose loyalties to Dumbledore are well known. Good evening, Arthur. He guided Harry firmly away. Harry looked back over his shoulder. Arthur Weasley stood watching them go, his shoulders slumped, a look of profound disappointment on his face. It was the second person from his parents' world to look at him with something like kindness, and for the second time, Harry was walking away. Back in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry dumped his parcels on the floor. The silence was oppressive. The exhilaration of the wand, the awe of Diagon Alley, had curdled into a confused loneliness. He was rich. He was powerful. He had a man fighting for him. But he had never felt more isolated. He took out his mother's casket. He read the letter again. Your life is your own. Was it? It felt like his life was a chessboard, and Evans, Dumbledore, the Ministry, and Rita Skeeter were all making their opening moves. He was the king, perhaps, but kings were the most trapped pieces on the board. He picked up his new wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather. He thought of the other feather, the one glowing in the casket. A connection. A promise that death was not the end. He thought of the brother wand, the U wand that had killed her. A strange resolve hardened in his gut. He couldn't go to dinner with the Weasleys. Not now. It would be a complication. But Arthur Weasley was wrong about one thing. Evans wasn't just making the Ministry pay. He was giving Harry a weapon. The law was a spell he could learn. The money was a shield he could raise. The lawsuit wasn't just about punishment. It was about claiming a space so big, so undeniable, that no one, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not the ghost of Voldemort, could ever force him into a cupboard again. He looked at the book on occlumency. The art of shielding one's thoughts. He opened it to the first page. The text was dense, full of words like mental discipline and emotional detachment. It wasn't a story. It was a manual, a tool. He began to read. Downstairs, Thaddeus Evans sat in a private booth, a glass of elf-made wine untouched before him. A silvery weasel Patronus scurried across the table and spoke in Arthur Weasley's voice, strained with uncharacteristic anger. He's not a weapon, Thaddeus. And when this is over, win or lose, you'll have to answer for what you're turning him into. Evans watched the Patronus fade. He didn't look toward the stairs where his client was reading. He looked out the dusty window at the darkening alley. He had won the first skirmish, secured the asset, filed the motion. But the battlefield was shifting. The enemy was no longer just a negligent bureaucracy. It was sentiment. It was kindness. It was the overpowering, messy love of the world his parents had died for. And those, he knew, were far harder to litigate against. Upstairs, Harry's eyes grew heavy over the occlumency text, the word swimming. As he drifted off, the holly wand on his bedside table glowed with a faint, pulsing light, as if the phoenix feather within was dreaming of fire and rebirth. Down in the bowels of the Ministry, in a plush, dark-paneled office, a copy of the Daily Prophet fresh off the press landed on a mahogany desk. The headline, under a picture of Harry looking small and startled, read, "Scarred and Scorned, the boy who lived to sue." Minister Cornelius Fudge, a round, flustered man, read it with growing horror, then picked up a green-flamed fireplace communicator, his voice trembling with panic and rage. "Dumbledore, we have a situation. The Potter boy is out of the cupboard, and he's brought a lawyer." The dream was a jumble of green light and gold coins, of a whispering phoenix feather and the click of a camera shutter. Harry woke with a start, his heart pounding, the unfamiliar softness of the leaky cauldron's bed disorienting him. For one blessed second, he didn't know where he was. Then it all crashed back, the wand on the nightstand, the stack of new books, the heavy pouch of galleons on the chair. Sunlight, weak and filtered through sooty glass, cut across the room. He'd fallen asleep over the foundations of occlumency, his face pressed into a chapter on the architecture of the mind. The concepts were abstract, maddening. It spoke of building mental walls, of compartmentalizing emotion, of viewing one's own thoughts as a library to be organized, not a river to be felt. Harry's mind felt less like a library and more like a cracked cup, everything spilling out. A knock, this time preceded by the soft chime of a bell. It was Tom the barman, holding a breakfast tray. "Mr. Evans's compliments. He's awaiting you in the private parlor downstairs at 9. He set the tray down, eggs, bacon, toast, a pot of tea. Real food, hot and plentiful. Harry ate mechanically, the flavors dulled by his racing thoughts. At 5 to 9, he descended the stairs, wearing his new robes, his holly wand secure in its holster. He felt like an imposter playing dress-up. The private parlor was a small, wood-paneled room off the main bar. Thaddeus Evans was already there, standing by a fireplace where no fire burned. Spread across a large oak table was a monumental stack of parchment, along with several strange devices, a brass orb that spun slowly of its own accord, a quill that stood upright in a pot of ink, and a large, blank piece of canvas stretched on a frame. "Sit," Evans said, not turning around. "Today, we begin the formal process." The Ministry has responded to our initial filing. Predictably, they have motioned to dismiss the case entirely. Harry's stomach tightened. Can they do that? They can try. Their argument is threefold. Evans turned, counting off on his fingers. 1. That as a minor, you lack the legal standing to bring suit. 2. That the Ministry's actions were covered under the Magical Orphans Emergency Placement Act of 1789, which grants them broad discretionary powers in times of war. And 3. His lip curled, that your current guardian, Albus Dumbledore, named in your parents' will, approved and oversaw the placement, and thus you have no grievance. Dumbledore was my guardian. This was new, a fresh betrayal. Nominally. The will was never formally executed due to unusual circumstances. Dumbledore invoked a wartime clause to assume magical guardianship, then delegated your physical care to the Dursleys. A neat bit of bureaucratic sleight of hand. It means our primary adversary is not just the Ministry, but the most revered wizard in Britain. Evans didn't seem dismayed. He looked invigorated. It means we must strike first, and hard. We are filing a counter motion today. A motion for summary judgment on the issue of negligence, and for immediate, interim financial compensation pending the full trial. He gestured to the table. This is a legal loom. Watch. He took his wand and touched it to the brass orb. It glowed blue. The upright quill sprang to life, dipping itself in the ink. Evans began to speak, his voice clear and measured, as if addressing a courtroom. Motion to the Wizengamot Court of Magical Claims. Case: Potter vs. the Ministry of Magic and Albus Dumbledore. Let the record show the plaintiff, Harry James Potter, hereby submits the following evidence of gross negligence and intentional infliction of emotional distress. As he spoke, the quill flew across the blank canvas, not writing, but sketching. It drew with incredible speed and detail. It drew the cupboard under the stairs at 4 Privet Drive. It drew Harry's tiny mattress, the single shelf, the dust. Then it shifted, pulling back to show the rest of the house, the spacious, spotless living room, Dudley's 2 bedrooms, the garden shed bursting with toys. The images were monochrome, stark, and devastating in their contrast. Exhibit A: the physical conditions of the plaintiff's domicile, as extracted via mnemonic vapor and rendered by court artist's quill. The quill then began to write, in elegant script beside the images, noting dimensions, listing the items in the cupboard, cataloging the contents of the rest of the house. It was a cold, clinical inventory of neglect. Exhibit B: financial records from Gringotts, showing an annual disbursement of 3 galleons for the plaintiff's upkeep, contrasted with the estimated annual cost of a child's room, board, and clothing in the wizarding world, set at a minimum of 200 galleons. Numbers swirled onto the canvas, graphs forming, showing a flat, pathetic line of 3 galleons next to a towering bar of 200. Exhibit C: the sealed testimony of the watching charm, the listening fern, containing 147 instances of verbal abuse and denigration recorded over a 30-day period. Now the quill wrote snippets of dialogue, each one a sharp, stabbing fragment. Freak. Keep to your cupboard. No one wants you here. Your parents were worthless drunks. The words hung in the air, and Harry felt each one as if he were hearing them anew. He looked away, his face hot. Exhibit D: a sworn affidavit from the undersigned, detailing the Ministry's repeated failure to respond to formal inquiries regarding the plaintiff's welfare, and their active obstruction of a prior attempted welfare check in 1988. Evans fell silent. The quill finished its last notation and stood still. The canvas was now a tapestry of damning evidence, a story of a boy erased in his own home. Harry stared at it, feeling naked and exposed. This was his pain, quantified, illustrated, and made into a weapon. The motion, Evans continued, his voice softer now, will argue that no reasonable witch or wizard could examine this evidence and conclude the Ministry fulfilled its duty of care. We are asking the court to bypass a full trial on the issue of liability and move directly to determining the scale of damages. And we are asking for an immediate grant of 100,000 galleons from the Ministry's coffers to be placed in a trust for your use, to secure your housing, education, and well-being, effective immediately. 100,000 galleons. The number was astronomical. It felt less like money and more like a declaration of war. Will it work? Harry asked, his voice small. It will force them into the open, Evans said. They will have to respond in substance, not with procedural tricks. They will have to defend the indefensible. And the court of public opinion, thanks to Skeeter, is already convening. He tapped the canvas with his wand. It rolled itself up tightly, sealing with a wax seal that formed from the ink itself. We deliver this to the ministry in 1 hour. You will accompany me to the ministry. A flutter of anxiety stirred in Harry's chest. It is important you are seen. A face to the name. A child, not an abstract concept. It makes it harder for them. Evans's eyes were flinty. Put on your cloak. We leave in 10 minutes. The Ministry of Magic was not what Harry expected. They didn't apparate to some hidden alley. Instead, Evans led him to a shabby red telephone box on a quiet London street. He dialed a number, 62,442, and spoke clearly to the cool female voice that answered. Thaddeus Evans and Harry Potter, here for a 10:30 appointment with the Wizengamot clerk's office. The telephone box shuddered and began to sink into the ground. Harry watched through the glass as pavement rose past his eyes, then darkness, then a gleaming underground corridor. The doors opened onto a vast, spectacular atrium. It was as grand as Gringotts, but where the bank was austere, this was opulent. The floor was dark, polished wood. The walls were paneled in gleaming oak. A magnificent fountain dominated the center. A group of golden statues, a noble-looking wizard, a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, all gazing adoringly at the wizard, water jetting from their various extremities. The sound of hundreds of footsteps, chatter, and the rustle of parchment filled the air. Witches and wizards in robes streamed in every direction, some looking harried, others important and slow. And every single one of them, it seemed, stopped to look at Harry. The whispers were instantaneous, a rising tide that seemed to echo off the vaulted ceiling. Potter, it's him, the lawsuit, look at his face. Harry kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, following Evans's straight back as he marched toward the golden gates at the far end. He felt the stairs like physical touches. He saw pointing fingers, hastily raised cameras that flashed despite a sign forbidding it, expressions of shock, curiosity, and in some cases, outright hostility. A witch in lime green robes, a healer's insignia on her chest, stepped into their path, her face filled with concern. Mr. Potter, I'm Hestia Jones, from the Children's Welfare Division. I just want you to know, some of us tried to check. Not now, Healer Jones, Evans said, not breaking stride, steering Harry around her. Her face fell. They passed a newsstand. The Daily Prophet headline screamed, Potter's pain, cupboard confinement revealed. Skeeter's article was already doing its work. They reached the golden gates. A bored-looking wizard in navy blue robes halted them. Wands. Evans handed over his wand. The wizard placed it on a strange brass device that looked like a set of scales. It emitted a narrow strip of parchment. Thaddeus Evans, solicitor, approved. He did the same with Harry's wand. The device whirred. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. 1 registered wand for Harry James Potter. Underage. Pass. The gates opened. They took a lift, a grill rattling closed. It was packed with wizards. The air went stiff with tension. No one spoke. Harry could feel their eyes on the top of his head. The lift descended, a mechanical voice calling out levels. Department of Magical Transport, Department of International Magical Cooperation, Department of Magical Games and Sports. Finally, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Wizengamot Administrative Services. They stepped out into a quieter, more somber corridor. Dark doors lined the walls, nameplates glinting. Evans stopped before one that read Clerk of the Court, J. G. Hopkirk. He knocked once and entered. The office was small, cluttered with towers of scrolls. A thin, harassed-looking wizard with a monocle peered over a desk. Evans. On time, as ever. And this is the claimant. He looked at Harry with a mixture of pity and professional distance. You have the motion. Evans presented the rolled canvas. Hopkirk took it, weighing it in his hands as if gauging its explosive potential. The chief warlock has been informed. The full Wizengamot is not in session, but a hearing on the motion has been scheduled for, let's see, tomorrow. 2 o'clock. Courtroom 10. So soon. Evans raised an eyebrow. The minister insisted on expediency, Hopkirk said, his voice dropping. He wants this contained. Dumbledore will be present, of course, as a named party. I should warn you, Evans, the mood is volatile. This has caused an uproar. There are petitions circulating. The prophet is having a field day. The truth is often disruptive, Evans said coolly. We will be there. As they left the office and moved back toward the lifts, the atmosphere in the ministry seemed to have shifted. The stares were more intense, the whispers more fervent. They were halfway across the atrium when a figure emerged from the crowd, blocking their path. He was a tall, stooped man with long, silver hair and a beard that could have hidden a flock of birds. His half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose, and his blue eyes, though twinkling, held a depth of power and sadness that made Harry's scar prickle faintly. He was dressed in robes of midnight blue, embroidered with stars and moons that moved slowly across the fabric. Albus Dumbledore. Thaddeus, Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but carrying through the hushed atrium. Every conversation died. Every eye was on them. Harry. My boy. Might I have a word? Evans moved half a step in front of Harry. Anything you have to say can be said in court tomorrow, Headmaster. This is not a matter for courts, Thaddeus, Dumbledore said, his gaze fixed on Harry, bypassing the solicitor entirely. Harry, my dear boy, you have been grievously wronged. For that, I offer you my most profound and humble apologies. The decisions made with the best of intentions to keep you safe, have clearly caused you deep suffering. That was never the goal. His words were like warm honey, soothing, compelling. Harry felt a pull toward him, a desire to believe this kind, powerful old man who seemed to radiate safety. Intentions are not absolution, Headmaster, Evans snapped. They are merely the starting point of negligence. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to Evans, and for a second, the twinkle vanished, replaced by something ancient and sharp. You seek to profit from his pain, Thaddeus. To turn a child's trauma into a crusade for golden influence. I seek justice, Evans countered, his voice rising, drawing the attention of the entire, silent atrium. Something you and this ministry have denied him for a decade. You left him in a cupboard, Dumbledore. You left him with muggles who despised him, on 3 galleons a year. You allowed him to believe he was nothing. That is not protection. That is abandonment dressed up as wisdom. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Dumbledore's face paled slightly. The accusation, spoken aloud in the heart of the ministry, was a seismic shock. Dumbledore turned his full attention back to Harry, his expression one of deep, personal pain. Harry, please, come with me. Let us discuss this somewhere quiet. There is so much you do not understand. So much I need to explain. About your parents. About why it had to be this way. The dangers, the prophecies. Prophecies. The word hung in the air, tantalizing and terrifying. Harry looked from Dumbledore's pleading, powerful face to Evans's stern, unyielding one. One offered answers, belonging, a place in a grand, mysterious story. The other offered cold, hard justice, independence, a weapon forged from his own suffering. He thought of the cupboard. Of the Dursleys, disdain. Of the 3 galleons a year. He thought of his mother's letter. Question everything, especially those who claim to know what is best for you. Dumbledore was reaching out a hand, not with a wand, but in simple, human invitation. Harry took a step back. He stood beside Thaddeus Evans. I'll hear it in court, Harry said, his voice clear in the dead silence of the atrium. The disappointment that clouded Dumbledore's features was more devastating than any anger. He looked, for a moment, like a very old, very tired man who had just lost something precious. He nodded slowly. As you wish, Harry. Until tomorrow, then. He turned and walked away, his robes sweeping the floor, the crowd parting for him like a sea. The journey back to the leaky cauldron was a blur. Evans said nothing, but his posture was one of grim satisfaction. Back in the private parlor, he finally spoke. You handled that well. Sentiment is their strongest weapon. You disarmed it. Harry didn't feel like he'd handled anything. He felt sick. He had just publicly rejected Albus Dumbledore, a man who seemed to embody the whole magical world's goodness. The look in the old wizard's eyes haunted him. What prophecies? Harry asked quietly. Evans's face closed off. Rumors. Superstition. A tool used to manipulate. Pay it no mind. Focus on tomorrow. You will need to give a statement. Just a few words. I will guide you. The most important thing is to be calm. To be a child wronged, not an angry revolutionary. Can you do that? Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. He spent the rest of the afternoon in his room, trying to read the occlumency book, but the words wouldn't stick. His mind was a riot of images. Dumbledore's sorrow, the gleaming atrium, the sketched cupboard on the legal canvas. He took out his wand, simply holding it, feeling the warmth seep into his palm. Holly and phoenix feather. A wand of life, of rebirth. Not of destruction. As dusk fell, a soft pop sounded in the room. Harry jumped, wand raised. On his bedside table sat a small, wrapped package with a note. It hadn't come through the door. He approached cautiously. The note was in the same elegant script as his mother's letter. Harry, I respect your choice to proceed with legal counsel. But know that my door is always open. This is a small thing, something your father cherished. It requires no magic to operate. Think of it as a bridge, not a bribe. With hope. Albus Dumbledore. With trembling fingers, Harry unwrapped the package. Inside was a delicate, silver device with rotating rings and tiny stars. A star chart. No. As he held it, the rings began to move on their own, aligning. He recognized it from a picture in one of his new books. A sneakoscope. A dark detector. It was supposed to light up and spin if someone untrustworthy was nearby. It lay dormant and dark in his hand. Did that mean Dumbledore was trustworthy? Or that the device wasn't working? Or that the betrayal was so deep even a dark detector couldn't sense it? He placed it next to his mother's casket. 2 gifts from 2 powerful wizards, each pulling him in a different direction. He felt like a rope in a tug of war. That night, sleep wouldn't come. He lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the sneakoscope a silent silver sentinel in the dark. Tomorrow, he would have to stand in a wizarding court and accuse the most powerful people in his world of failing him. The boy from the cupboard was going to speak. And he had no idea what would happen when he did. Down in the bar, Evans received one final message. A formal, ministerial parchment, delivered by a harried owl. He broke the seal and read. His face, for the first time, showed a flicker of genuine surprise, then cold fury. The ministry had just filed a counter-motion of their own. They were not only fighting the lawsuit. They were seeking to have Harry Potter declared a magical person in need of containment, citing unstable magic, dangerous influence, and risk to statutory secrecy due to his upbringing. They were moving to have him removed from Evans's care and placed in a secure, ministry-approved location until the case was resolved. The hearing tomorrow was no longer just about money. It was about his freedom. Harry, sensing a shift in the very air of the inn, sat bolt upright in bed. The sneakoscope on his nightstand began to emit a faint, piercing whistle and spun rapidly, its tip glowing a sinister red. The sneakoscope's whistle was a thin, piercing shriek in the dark room. It spun on its point, a frantic red blur, casting erratic crimson shadows on the walls. Harry stared at it, frozen. Someone untrustworthy. The warning was immediate, visceral. His heart hammered against his ribs. He grabbed his wand, the Hollywood warm and reassuring in his grip. A heavy fist pounded on his door, not the polite tap of Tom the barman. Harry, open up. Now. It was Evans. The urgency in his voice cut through Harry's fear. He scrambled to the door, fumbling with the lock. Evans stood there, still fully dressed in his gray suit, his face a grim mask in the dim hallway light. He held a scroll of parchment, crushed in his fist. They've moved, Evans said, his voice low and tight. The hearing is now. In 1 hour. They're trying to ambush us before we can prepare a rebuttal. Now. But it's the middle of the night. It's always the middle of the night for injustice, Evans hissed, striding into the room. His eyes fell on the shrieking, spinning sneakoscope. He went very still. Where did you get that? Dumbledore sent it. Tonight. A muscle twitched in Evans's jaw. He picked up the device. It whined even louder in his hand, glowing like a coal. A warning. And a message. He knew this was coming. Perhaps he even prompted it. He stuffed the sneakoscope into his pocket, muffling its scream. No time. Get dressed. Your best robes. This is not a procedural hearing anymore. This is a fight for your custody. The journey to the ministry was a nightmare of blurred motion. The deserted London streets, the plummeting telephone box, the vast, empty atrium lit by ghostly, floating orbs instead of sunlight. The golden fountain whispered in the silence. The only sound was their own echoing footsteps and the low, ominous hum of magical security. They did not go to the administrative levels. Evans led him downward, the lift's voice calling out increasingly ominous names. Department of Mysteries, Level 9, they got out on a dark landing. The air was cold and dank, smelling of damp stone and something else, a lingering, metallic tang of old magic and fear. courtroom 10 wasn't a room at all. It was a dungeon. They descended steep, stone steps into a sunken pit. The walls were rough, black stone. High above, towering benches were carved into the circular walls, shrouded in shadow. It was like being at the bottom of a well, looking up at distant, judging stars. The only light came from guttering torches in iron sconces, casting dancing, malevolent shadows. In the center of the pit floor stood a single, heavy wooden chair with chains curled ominously on its arms and legs. Harry's breath fogged in the chill air. This was a place for criminals. For dark wizards. The benches above were not empty. Shadows moved in the darkness. He could hear the rustle of robes, the clear of a throat, the soft click of a teacup on a saucer. They were being watched by unseen eyes. "Do not sit in the chair," Evans murmured, his voice barely a breath. "Stand beside me. Do not show fear. They feed on fear." A sudden, blinding white light erupted from above, focusing on them, pinning them in its glare. Harry flinched, raising a hand to shield his eyes. In the sudden illumination, he could see the high benches now. They were filled with witches and wizards, perhaps 50 of them, all in plum-colored robes with a silver W embroidered on the left breast. The Wizengamot. Their faces were severe, unreadable in the stark light. In a center seat, higher than the rest, sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, looking uncharacteristically stern, his bowler hat beside him. To his right was a witch with a face like a pallid, toad-like bulldog, her eyes small and glittering, Dolores Umbridge, according to a whisper from Evans. To Fudge's left, in a seat that seemed subtly apart, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked weary and sad, his twinkle extinguished, his hands steepled before him. He did not look at Harry. "This emergency session of the Wizengamot is now in order," Fudge declared, his voice echoing in the stone pit. "Case number 734, the matter of the Ministry's motion for provisional containment of one Harry James Potter. Chief Warlock Dumbledore has graciously agreed to recuse himself from judgment, given his status as a named respondent. We shall proceed." A witch with a pinched face and a monocle stood. "Amelia Bones, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Ministry moves that Harry James Potter, a minor of unstable magical upbringing and significant public notoriety, presents a clear and present risk to the statute of secrecy and to his own welfare. His current association with a known litigant against the Ministry creates a conflict of interest that compromises his stability. We seek his immediate transfer to a secure, therapeutic environment at the Janus Thickey Ward for Magical Maladies, for evaluation and safekeeping, until such time as the underlying custody and negligence claims can be resolved in a calm and orderly fashion." The words were bureaucratic, clinical. Therapeutic environment. Evaluation. They made Harry's blood run cold. They wanted to lock him up. In a hospital ward. For his own good. Evans's voice rang out, cold and clear, cutting through the formal atmosphere like a shard of ice. "You seek to imprison my client in St. Mungo's psychiatric wing. You call this safekeeping. I call it what it is: punitive detention designed to silence a victim and intimidate his counsel. Where was this concern for his stability when he was locked in a cupboard? Where was the therapeutic environment then? Your client's well-being is our paramount concern, Mr. Evans," Fudge said, puffing out his chest. "The allegations have caused a great deal of public upset. The boy is clearly confused, vulnerable, easily manipulated by those with political agendas." "My only agenda is justice," Evans shot back. "An agenda this body seems determined to thwart. You have provided no evidence of unstable magic. You have provided no testimony of risk. You have only provided a bald-faced attempt to kidnap a child because he dares to hold you accountable. There is the incident with the python at the zoo." A wizard squeaked from the benches. "Muggle eyewitnesses. A clear breach. An accidental, untrained magical outburst, common in emotionally distressed children." Evans retorted. "An incident which your own accidental magic reversal squad adequately contained. Are we now imprisoning every 11-year-old who makes a feather float?" The debate raged above him. Harry stood in the blinding light, feeling like a specimen under glass. He watched the faces, Umbridge's sickly sweet smile, Bones's stern neutrality, Fudge's flustered bluster. His eyes kept drifting to Dumbledore. The old wizard sat perfectly still, his eyes closed, as if in great pain, or deep thought. He offered no defense, no support. Then, Umbridge spoke, her voice high, girlish, and dripping with false sympathy. The poor dear looks quite peaky. It's plain to see the strain this adversarial process is having on him. The ministry is a family. We only want to wrap our arms around him and provide the structure he's so clearly been lacking. She turned her wide, blinking eyes on Harry. Don't you want to be somewhere safe, dear? Somewhere you don't have to fight anymore? Her words were a soporific, a gentle push towards surrender. Harry felt a terrifying urge to nod, to let the warm, fuzzy numbness of safety take over. The fight was so hard. The light was so bright. He is not, dear, to you, Madam Umbridge, Evans snarled. He is a problem to be solved. A story to be controlled. Perhaps the boy should speak for himself, Amelia Bones said, her tone fair but firm. He is, after all, the subject of this motion. Harry Potter, do you understand what is being discussed? All eyes turned to him. The weight of the silence was immense. He could feel Evans beside him, a pillar of rigid anger. He could feel Dumbledore's distant, sorrowful presence. He could feel Umbridge's predatory concern. He looked up, squinting against the light. His voice, when it came, was smaller than he wanted. You want to lock me up. Like I was locked in the cupboard. But with healers instead of spiders. A murmur ran through the Wizengamot. It is for your protection, Fudge began. I didn't feel very protected in the cupboard, Harry said, his voice gaining a sliver of strength. It was the truth. It was simple. You gave me to people who hated me. You gave them 3 galleons a year. And now you say I'm the one who's unstable. He wasn't reciting lines Evans had given him. This was coming from a deep, hot well inside. You're scared of me, not because my magic is unstable, but because I'm telling the truth. And you don't know what to do with a truth that doesn't fit your story. The chamber was utterly silent. Even the torches seemed to stop flickering. Dumbledore's eyes were open now, fixed on Harry. There was no twinkle. There was something else, a sharp, blazing pride, and a profound, tragic grief. This is precisely the kind of emotional, irrational outburst we are concerned about, Umbridge simpered, breaking the silence. The trauma has clearly distorted his perception. Or clarified it, a new voice said. It was quiet, but it carried. Everyone turned. Albus Dumbledore had risen from his seat. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. The child speaks a simple, unassailable truth. We failed him. I failed him. To compound that failure now by imprisoning him for the crime of pointing it out, would be a darkness this institution might never escape. Fudge looked apoplectic. Albus, your sympathies are clouding your judgment. The motion is about security, not sympathy. Is it? Dumbledore asked, his gaze sweeping the benches. I look around this chamber, and I see fear. Fear of scandal. Fear of financial liability. Fear of a child who refuses to play the grateful orphan. That is not a valid basis for incarceration. He turned his eyes back to Harry, and his voice softened, but lost none of its power. Harry, I cannot vote. But I can advise. Do not go quietly into their good intentions. The chains they offer may be velvet, but they are chains nonetheless. It was a stunning rebuke. From the chief warlock to his own government. The Wizengamot was in uproar. Evans seized the moment. The motion is a sham. It is a transparent attempt to subvert due process and punish the victim. I call for an immediate vote of dismissal. Seconded. Called a voice from the shadows, Arthur Weasley, Harry realized with a shock. He was sitting in a back row, his face set and determined. Fudge was purple, banging a gavel. Order. Order. We will have a vote. All in favor of granting the ministry's motion for provisional containment. A scattered chorus of ayes echoed, perhaps a third of the witches and wizards. Umbridge's was loudest. All opposed. A much louder, more solid wall of noes rang out. Evans's was a sharp crack of sound. Arthur Weasley's a roar. Many others, faces Harry didn't know, joined in. The motion is denied, Amelia Bones stated, before Fudge could speak. She sounded almost relieved. Fudge slumped, deflated. Umbridge's smile had solidified into a rictus of hatred. However, Bones continued, her eyes on Harry, the court is not blind to the unique circumstances. Mr. Potter, you are at the center of a maelstrom. Your current lodging, a public inn, is unsuitable. And your legal guardian ad litem, Mr. Evans, while passionate, is a single wizard with no experience in child rearing. The court therefore issues a directive. A neutral, third-party guardian must be appointed to oversee your day-to-day welfare for the duration of these proceedings. Someone beyond reproach, with no ties to the ministry or to the litigant. Evans stiffened. That is an unwarranted intrusion. It is a compromise, counsel, Bones said firmly. To ensure the child's well-being is visibly prioritized, and to remove any allegation of coercion. Do you accept this directive, Mr. Potter? It is this, or the court will revisit the containment motion with less charitable arguments. Harry looked at Evans, whose face was a storm. He looked at Dumbledore, who gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. It was a way out of the dungeon. A way forward that wasn't a cell. I accept, Harry said. Very well, Bones said. The court appoints, as temporary magical guardian and protector, the sole individual all parties have historically acknowledged as a stalwart of justice, with proven experience in safeguarding the young. She paused. Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. Retired Auror. A collective intake of breath filled the dungeon. From a shadowy doorway behind the judge's bench, a man limped into the light. He was grizzled, scarred, with a chunk missing from his nose. But most terrifying of all was his left eye, a brilliant, electric blue that spun in its socket independently of his real eye, whizzing around, taking in the entire room, before fixing with a dizzying intensity on Harry. Constant vigilance, the man growled, his voice like gravel grinding together. His magical eye narrowed, staring right through Harry, as if seeing every secret, every fear, every galleon in his vault. You'll be safe with me, kid. Or my name isn't Mad-Eye. The hearing was over. The chains on the chair lay still. But as Harry left the dungeon, following the limping, paranoid form of his new guardian, he felt a new kind of trap snap shut around him. He had avoided a cage of velvet, only to be placed under the watch of a man who saw enemies in every shadow. And as they stepped into the lift, Moody's magical eye swiveled backwards, staring not at Harry, but at Thaddeus Evans with a look of profound and unmistakable suspicion. The battle for his future had just gained a third, infinitely more dangerous player. The silence in the lift as it rose from the dungeons was thicker than the darkness had been. It was a taut, three-way silence, stretched between Harry, Thaddeus Evans, and the grizzled, limping figure of Alistair Moody. The magical eye whirred softly as it spun, taking in every inch of the confined space, the ceiling, the floor, the seams of the doors. The real eye remained fixed, unblinking, on the lift's grill. Evans was the first to speak, his voice a controlled blade. This is an obstruction, Moody. Transparent and crude. Moody's grunt was like two stones grinding together. The law's the law, Evans. The boy needs a keeper who isn't billing by the hour. Or building a political career on his back. The blue eye swiveled to Harry, pinning him in place. You, Potter. Any allergies? Poisons? Reaction to standard anti-intruder hexes? I don't think so, Harry managed. We'll test. Gently. The lift doors opened onto the deserted atrium. Moody limped out, his claw-footed wooden leg tapping a staccato rhythm on the polished floor. My place. No arguments. Apparition points cleared. Side along for the boy, Evans. You can follow if you've got the stomach for it. The disorienting crush of side-along apparition felt different with Moody. It was sharper, more violent, as if they were being shoved through a keyhole of splintered wood. They landed in a narrow, dimly lit alley reeking of rotten cabbage and cat urine. A single, heavily scarred door was set into a soot-blackened brick wall. Moody didn't use a key. He tapped the door with his wand in a complex, stuttering rhythm. 13 taps, Harry counted. The door swung inwards with a groan. The interior was a fortress. The small, cramped sitting room was a museum of paranoia. Every surface that could hold an object did, not ornaments, but devices. Sneakoscopes of various sizes whirred and occasionally hissed on shelves. A faux glass, dark and swirled with shadowy forms, dominated one wall. A complex brass instrument that looked like a cross between a seismograph and a spiderweb clicked and trembled on a side table. The windows were not only shuttered but bricked over from the inside, with narrow slit-like openings at the top. The air smelled of old leather, tobacco, and the sharp, clean scent of protective potions. Sit, Moody growled, pointing a twisted finger at a stout wooden chair that looked like it could withstand a bomb blast. Evans. Kitchen. Talk. Evans, his expression icy, followed Moody through a low archway into a small, cluttered kitchen. Harry could hear the low rumble of their voices, but couldn't make out words. He sat, his hands on his knees, and tried not to stare at the faux glass. Were the shadows in it moving closer? His eyes fell on the coffee table. Amidst the clutter of defensive journals and unidentifiable metallic parts lay that day's Daily Prophet. The headline was massive: Dungeon Drama, Potter Defies Ministry, Gains Mad Eye as Guardian. Below was a moving picture from the atrium, Harry stepping back from Dumbledore's outstretched hand. He looked small and stubborn. The kitchen conversation rose in volume. My client, not your ward. He's a child in the middle of a war he doesn't know exists. Your lawsuit is painting a target on his back brighter than his damn scar. The war is over, Moody. A bitter laugh. Is it? Tell that to the things I see in my glass. Tell that to the whispers in Diagon Alley. He who must not be named is gone. His servants aren't. And a rich, famous, angry boy suing the establishment is a gift to them. A symbol of division. A tool. Harry's skin prickled. A tool. Evans wanted to use him as a tool for justice. Dumbledore, perhaps, as a tool for some grand plan. The Ministry wanted to lock him away as a tool for silence. And now Moody was saying dark wizards might want him too. Would he ever just be Harry? Moody limped back into the room, Evans behind him, looking paler than usual. Right, Moody said, his magical eye zooming in on Harry. Rules. You have a room here. It's warded. You leave it, I know. You try to leave the house without me, the wards will hex you into a state resembling a confused and slightly singed pincushion. Understood. Harry nodded. Evans here has visitation rights. 2 hours daily, for case preparation. Outside those hours, your education is my concern. And I don't mean star charts and goblin rebellions. He stumped over to a bookshelf and pulled down a thick, manual-bound book titled Common Hexes and Counter Curses, a practical primer. He dropped it on the table with a thud. You start with this. Theory in the morning. Practical in the afternoon. We'll use the back room. It's been containment charmed. He is 11 years old, Evans said tightly. He hasn't even had his first Hogwarts lesson. And his first Hogwarts lesson could be a cursed envelope or a potion in his pumpkin juice. Moody roared, spinning on him. You think because you've filed some parchment, the world's gone safe? The worst dark wizard in a century tried to kill this boy as a baby. That doesn't happen by accident. He's a marked man, and your court case is a blinking sign over his head saying, here I am. My job isn't to coddle him. It's to make sure he's not dead before he gets to spend a canute of that compensation you're chasing. He turned back to Harry, his voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. I knew your parents, lad. Good people. Brave. James was a talented duelist. Lily's protective charms were legendary. They weren't victims because they were weak. They were victims because they were targeted. And you're a bigger target. So we skip the childish stuff. You learn to protect yourself. Not in a year. Now. There was no pity in his face, only a brutal, pragmatic urgency. It was terrifying, but it was also, in a strange way, respectful. Moody wasn't talking down to a poor, traumatized child. He was briefing a soldier on a dangerous mission. Okay, Harry said. Moody's good eye narrowed, as if looking for sarcasm. He grunted. All right then. Evans, your 2 hours start tomorrow at 9. Sharp. Don't bring any charmed parchments, the wards will incinerate them. Potter, with me. Harry's room was, unsurprisingly, the most heavily defended space in the house. The door had 7 different locks, only one of which was physical. The small, high window was barred and glazed with something that made the outside world look wavy and distorted. The bed was narrow and hard, the blanket coarse wool. On the wall opposite the bed was a single, moving photograph, a younger, less scarred Moody standing with a group of laughing witches and wizards. Harry spotted his parents immediately. His father, tall and grinning, had an arm around Moody's shoulders. His mother was smiling, rolling her eyes at something. They looked alive, happy. They were Order of the Phoenix, Moody said from the doorway, his voice less gruff. The best of us. That picture is the only thing in this room not designed to harm someone. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's busy. The door closed. Harry heard the distinct clunk of locks engaging. He was a prisoner again. But this cell had a picture of his parents, and a guardian who, however harsh, seemed intent on giving him the tools to break out of any cell, forever. He didn't sleep well. The house creaked and groaned. Sneakoscopes in other rooms would occasionally let out a soft whistle. Once, he heard Moody's voice growling, "Hominum revelio," followed by the sound of his limping patrol past the door. At dawn, a sharp knock. Up. Breakfast in 5. Then theory. The day passed in a grueling, fascinating blur. The morning was spent with Moody's hex book. Moody didn't lecture, he interrogated. What's the counter to a leg locker curse? Don't just read it, think. What's the principle? It's a binding jinx, so you need a general counter curse or a specific reversal. Which is faster? Which leaves you less open? After a lunch of tough stew and harder bread, they moved to the back room, a magically expanded space, the walls and floor padded with a soft, spell-absorbent material. Practice, Moody said, tossing Harry a wand. It was plain, black, unyielding. Loner. Don't want you burning out your own core on basic stuff. Now, the disarming charm. Expelliarmus. It's light, it's fast, it's versatile. Say it. Expelliarmus. Feel it in your chest. It's not a word. It's a focused push. Again. For an hour, Harry shouted, Expelliarmus, at a padded dummy, producing only weak sputters of light. His arm ached. Moody watched, offering terse corrections. Your wrist is flopping. It's a jab, not a wave. Focus your mind on the result, the wand flying. Don't just say the word. Finally, frustration boiling over, Harry imagined the dummy was Vernon Dursley, snatching away his letter. He jabbed the wand, snarling, Expelliarmus. A jet of scarlet light shot from the wand tip, not powerful, but true. It struck the dummy's padded hand, and the practice wand clutched there flew across the room, clattering against the wall. Silence. Moody stared, his magical eye word, examining Harry up and down. Good, he grunted, a single, hard-won word of praise. Anger's a decent fuel. Unreliable, but decent. Now do it without the tantrum. Control it. At precisely 9, Thaddeus Evans arrived, his expression like thunder. Moody let him in with a sour look and retreated to the kitchen, though Harry knew the magical eye would be watching from some concealed vantage point. Evans sat up at the kitchen table, ignoring Moody. We have work to do. The Ministry's denial of the containment motion is a victory, but it has cost us. Public sentiment, according to my sources, is splitting. Some see you as a brave victim. Others, a manipulated, ungrateful child causing trouble for the heroic institution that saved him. We need to shape the narrative. I have arranged for an interview. Harry's stomach dropped. With Rita Skeeter. Merlin, no. With a reputable, if dull, journalist from the Practical Potioneers Weekly. A publication respected for its fact-based approach. We will present the financial arguments. The clear, numeric neglect. It's less emotional, more factual. Less open to distortion. For 2 hours, Evans drilled him. Not on feelings, but on numbers. On the 3 galleons a year. On the cost of a standard school robe versus his threadbare hand-me-downs. On the Ministry's administrative fees. Harry recited figures until they lost all meaning, becoming just another incantation. When Evans left, Moody emerged. He's teaching you to be a ledger. I'm teaching you to stay alive. Which lesson do you think will last longer? That evening, after more grueling practice, a shield charm basics that left Harry with a ringing headache from the rebound of his own failed attempts, Harry collapsed onto his hard bed. He was exhausted in a way he'd never been, mentally, magically, emotionally. He pulled out his mother's casket, seeking comfort. He touched the phoenix feather. It was warm. There was a soft pop. A house elf, not like any he'd seen pictured, appeared in the corner. It was small and skinny, its large eyes luminous with tears, dressed in a ragged tea towel pinned with a crude badge. Harry Potter. It squeaked, voice trembling with awe and distress. Dobby has come to warn you, sir. Terrible things are being planned. You must not go back to Hogwarts. Harry sat up, startled. What? Who are you? Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. Dobby has heard his masters. There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at the school. You will be in grave danger. You must stay here, where the great and terrible Alistair Moody can protect you. Harry stared. A house elf. Warning him. What plot? Who? Are your masters? Dobby's eyes widened in terror. He began to bang his head on the edge of Harry's bedside table. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby for speaking. Stop it. Harry hissed, jumping up. Don't do that. Just tell me. But Dobby was now sobbing, tearing at his ears. Dobby cannot say. Dobby is bound. But Harry Potter must promise not to go to Hogwarts. Promise Dobby. Before Harry could respond, a roar shook the door. ILLEGO intruder. The locks blasted open. Moody stood there, wand raised, his magical eye fixed on the crying elf. The faux glass in the sitting room was screaming. Dobby let out a final, terrified wail. Remember, Harry Potter. Do not go. And with another loud crack, he vanished. Moody swept the room with his wand, his face like granite. An uninvited. A house elf. Bound to a wizarding family. What did it want? It warned me, Harry said, his heart racing. It said there's a plot at Hogwarts. That I shouldn't go. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. He limped forward, grabbed Harry's shoulders. His breath smelled of tobacco and steel. What family? Did it say? No. It started punishing itself when I asked. Moody released him, stumping back and forth. A plot. At Hogwarts. While you're suing the ministry. And Dumbledore's been sidelined from your guardianship. He stopped, his good eye blazing. It's starting. The shadows are moving. They know you're vulnerable. They know you're a symbol. And they're making their play. He pointed a gnarled finger at Harry. Your lessons just became urgent. And that interview with the Potions magazine. Cancel it. No more pretty numbers. We're not fighting for galleons anymore, boy. We're fighting for your life. And your first battlefield is Hogwarts, whether you like it or not. Later that night, Moody sent a Patronus, a massive, shimmering Scottish terrier, streaking into the darkness with a message for Dumbledore. Down in his kitchen, he poured a generous fire whiskey and studied the screaming, swirling faces in his faux glass. One face, pale and pointed with malevolent glee, was clearer than the rest. He didn't need a name. He knew the look of a Death Eater when he saw one. The game had changed. The lawsuit was now the least dangerous thing in Harry Potter's world. The silence after Dobby's disappearance was louder than his crying. Moody's magical eye whirred, scanning the empty space where the elf had been, then the corners of the room, the ceiling, the very air for lingering magic. Harry stood frozen, the house elf's desperate warning echoing in his head. A plot. Grave danger. The words had weight, a chilling certainty that cut through the abstract fear of lawsuits and public opinion. Moody lowered his wand slowly. You're sure it said Hogwarts? Harry nodded, his throat tight. It said, most terrible things. It begged me not to go back. A grim smile twisted Moody's scarred lips. Then that's exactly where you're going. At Harry's confused look, he limped closer, his voice a low growl. The enemy has tipped their hand, lad. They don't want you at Hogwarts. Why? Because Dumbledore's there. Because it's the most heavily warded place in Britain outside of Gringotts. Because, for all his faults, the old man can protect you there better than I can in this box. If they're afraid of you being at Hogwarts, it means Hogwarts is where you're safest. Or where you can do the most damage to their plans. Either way, you're going. The logic was brutal and backward, but it made a terrible kind of sense. What plot, though? Don't know. Yet. Moody stumped out of the room, gesturing for Harry to follow. In the cluttered sitting room, he went to the faux glass. The shadows within were calmer now, swimming lazily, but one, pale, sharp-featured, and cruel, still lingered at the forefront. But they're stirring. This one, I'd know that smarmy look anywhere. Lucius Malfoy, high-ranking Death Eater, walked free after the war, claiming he was under the Imperious curse. A lie so thin you could read the Daily Prophet through it. He's got wealth, influence, and a house elf. Dobby, Harry whispered. Most likely. Malfoy sending his elf to warn you. Doesn't fit. The elf was genuinely terrified. For you. Which means Dobby was acting against his master's orders. A disobedient house elf is a rare thing. Powerful magic binds them. For Dobby to come here, to warn you, the plot must be serious indeed. And Malfoy must be at the heart of it. Moody turned from the glass, his good eye burning. Which means the danger is political as much as magical. Malfoy's the type to use rules as a weapon. Your lawsuit is stirring the pond, and the bottom feeders are coming up for air. The next morning, Harry's training shifted. The theory book was set aside. Moody started with what he called situational awareness. Forget the spells for a second. Your first weapon is your eyes. Your ears. Your gut. He had Harry stand in the middle of the padded room. I'm going to move around you. You tell me where I am without looking. Use the sounds. The change in the air. The feeling on your skin. For an hour, Harry stood blindfolded, trying to pinpoint Moody's limping gait, the rustle of his robes, the slight displacement of air as he passed. He failed more than he succeeded, but gradually, he began to notice things. The way the sound echoed differently off the left wall, the faint smell of ozone that followed Moody's magical eye. Better, Moody grunted, removing the blindfold. Now, basic shield charm. Protega. It's not just a barrier. It's a reflection of intent. You're not building a wall. You're saying, no, firm, unyielding. Try it. Harry raised the loner wand. Protega. A faint, shimmering disk of light flickered into existence for a second before sputtering out. You're asking it. Demand it. Your life depends on it. Again, they drilled until Harry's arm felt like lead and his voice was hoarse. Just as he was about to collapse, a faint, steady shield, the size of a dinner plate, glimmered solidly for a full 5 seconds before fading. A start, Moody said, no praise, just assessment. Now, the disarming charm again. With the shield. Defend, then attack. Fluid. Like breathing. At 9, Evans arrived. He looked harried, a copy of the Daily Prophet clenched in his hand. The headline read, Potter Guardian, Paranoid or Prepared. Mad Eye's appointment raises questions. We have a problem, Evans said, ignoring Moody who was polishing a dark detector with intense focus. The narrative is slipping. Skeeter is painting Moody's guardianship as evidence of your instability. That you need a madman to control you. The interview with the practical potioneer has been cancelled. The editor received threats. Moody barked a laugh. Threats. Of course. Malfoy's style. Nip the positive press in the bud. Evans shot him a venomous look. This is not helpful. We need to regain control. I have scheduled a public deposition. In front of the Wizengamot Subcommittee on Underage Welfare. It's a smaller, less hostile forum. You will tell your story. Simply. Factually. No emotion. We show them a calm, rational child, not the hysterical victim they're painting. He's not a performing seal, Evans, Moody growled. He's a plaintiff in a multi-million galleon lawsuit. His credibility is everything. Evans turned to Harry. The deposition is in 3 days. We will prepare. We will focus on the facts of your care. The numbers. The cupboard. The finances. You will not mention house elves, vague plots, or anything not in our filed evidence. Is that clear? Harry looked. From Evans's sharp, anxious face to Moody's scarred, defiant one. One man wanted to use the system. The other thought the system was rotten and wanted him to break it. He felt split down the middle. Clear, he said quietly. The next 2 days were a schizophrenic routine. Mornings with Moody were a brutal crash course in survival, detecting hexes cast from behind, a stinging jinx that left his backside sore for hours, basic first aid for magical burns, and the importance of always having an exit route. The best duel is the one you avoid, lad. Afternoons with Evans were a different kind of battle. They rehearsed his testimony. Evans was a meticulous director. When they ask about the cupboard, you will look at the committee members, one by one. You will state its dimensions. You will list its contents. You will not say, it was lonely. You will say, there was no window. Facts are weapons. Wield them precisely. Harry felt himself building 2 separate shells. One was a suit of magical armor, rough and ready. The other was a mask of calm, rational victimhood, polished to a high gloss. He didn't know which one was really him. The night before the deposition, he couldn't sleep. He took out the occlumency book Evans had given him. He'd been too exhausted to even open it. Now, in the oppressive quiet of his locked room, he read the first chapter, The Mind as a Fortress. It spoke of visualizing a stronghold, of sorting thoughts into rooms, of controlling the flow of emotion. It sounded impossible. His mind felt like a cracked dam, everything flooding everywhere, fear of the plot, anger at the Dursleys, confusion about Evans and Moody, a deep, aching loneliness for parents he'd never known. He tried. Sitting on the hard bed, he closed his eyes. He imagined a castle, but it kept turning into the cupboard under the stairs. He tried to put his fear of the plot into a dungeon, but the dungeon had Moody's magical eye staring at him. He tried to put his mother's letter in a tower, but the tower was made of galleons that kept clinking and distracting him. Frustrated, he gave up. He picked up his holly wand instead. He didn't cast. He just held it, feeling the warmth seep into his palm, the faint, almost imperceptible hum of the phoenix feather within. He thought of the brother wand. Of the green light. He thought of the phoenix feather in his mother's casket, a promise of rebirth. Your life is your own. The words from the letter surfaced, clear and calm amidst the mental chaos. He focused on them, not as a thought to be filed away, but as a feeling. A core of certainty. He held that feeling, and slowly, the frantic jumble of his mind seemed to still around it, like sediment settling in water. It wasn't a fortress. It was a single, steady point of light in the dark. It was enough. He fell asleep, the wand still in his hand. The Wizengamot subcommittee room was nothing like the dungeon. It was a pleasant, sunlit chamber on the ministry's 5th floor, with warm wood paneling and comfortable chairs arranged in a semicircle. The committee consisted of 5 witches and wizards. They looked kinder, more academic than the full Wizengamot. But Harry saw the way their eyes lingered on his scar, the nervous set of their smiles. Evans had drilled him relentlessly. Stick to the script. Be polite. Answer only what is asked. The chair, a elderly witch named Madame Marchbanks, began. Mr. Potter, we are here to understand the conditions of your upbringing, as pertains to the ministry's duty of care. In your own words, can you describe your bedroom? Harry took a breath. He looked at each of them, as Evans had instructed. It was the cupboard under the stairs at 4 Privet Drive. It was 2 feet wide, 4 feet long, and 5 feet high at its highest point. It contained a small mattress, a shelf for my clothes, and a box for my toys. There was no window. The door locked from the outside. His voice was flat, clean. He saw one witch, a healer, flinch. A wizard adjusted his glasses, his lips tightening. And the other bedrooms in the house. My cousin Dudley had 2 bedrooms. One for sleeping, one for his broken toys. My aunt and uncle had the master bedroom. There was also a guest room, which was always kept empty and clean. The sheer, stark injustice of it, stated so plainly, hung in the air. Evans gave a slight, satisfied nod. They asked about food, about chores, about holidays. Harry answered with cold, hard facts. No emotion, just the architecture of neglect. He was building their case for them, brick by factual brick. Then, a kindly-faced wizard, Eldred Wurple, leaned forward. Harry, may I call you Harry? These facts are indeed troubling. But tell me, beyond the physical, how did you feel? Did you ever feel loved? Cared for? It was a deviation from the script. A question about feeling. Evans shifted subtly, a warning. Harry hesitated. The practiced answers about dimensions and routines dried up. He looked at Wurple's sympathetic face and felt the carefully constructed mask crack. He thought of the Dursleys, contempt. The loneliness of the cupboard. The desperate, hidden hope that someone, somewhere, would come for him. The words bubbled up, raw and unvarnished. I felt like a ghost, Harry said, his voice losing its flatness, gaining a fragile, painful edge. A ghost in my own house. I was there, but I wasn't allowed to be seen. Or heard. I used to pretend the spiders were my friends, so I wouldn't have to be alone in the dark. The room was utterly still. The healer had tears in her eyes. Even Madame Marchbanks looked shaken. Evans's expression was unreadable, but his knuckles were white on his chair arm. This wasn't the plan. This was the truth, messy and emotional. Wurple pressed gently. And when you learned of the magical world, of your parents' true legacy, what did you feel then? Harry thought of Gringotts, the mountain of gold that meant nothing compared to his mother's letter. He thought of the awe in the leaky cauldron, a weight he didn't want. He thought of Dumbledore's sorrowful eyes, of Moody's brutal lessons, of Evans's cold strategy. I felt like a key, Harry said slowly, the realization dawning as he spoke. A key to a door everyone else wants to open. The ministry wanted to lock a door and hide the key in a cupboard. Mr. Evans wants to use the key to open a vault. Professor Dumbledore wants to use it to open something else. And now someone else, a bad person, wants the key too. But no one, his voice caught. He thought of his mother's words. Your life is your own. No one ever asked the key what it wanted to open. The silence that followed was profound. It wasn't the silence of legal procedure. It was the silence of 5 adults confronted with the profound loneliness of a child they had all, in some way, failed. Madame Marchbanks cleared her throat, her voice softer. And what does the key want, Harry? He looked at his hands, then up, meeting her gaze. His green eyes were clear. I want to not be a key. I want to be a person. I want to go to school. I want to learn magic. I want to know who my parents were, not as heroes, but as people. And I want the people who left me in the dark to admit they left me in the dark. That's all. It was the least rehearsed, most powerful statement of the day. Evans, despite himself, looked stunned. The factual case was strong. This human truth was devastating. As the deposition concluded, the mood had shifted from professional inquiry to somber introspection. Harry felt drained, hollowed out, but also strangely lighter, as if he'd shed a skin he didn't know he was wearing. Outside the chamber, Evans was quiet for a long moment. That was not what we rehearsed. It was the truth, Harry said. Evans studied him, his sharp eyes missing nothing. It was. And it may be more valuable than all the facts in the world. But it makes you vulnerable, Harry. You showed them your heart. In a war, that's a target. As they walked back through the ministry, the atmosphere around Harry had changed. The stares were less curious, more thoughtful. Respectful, even. He had ceased to be a headline and become, for a moment, a boy. They returned to Moody's to find the ex-Auror in a state of high alert. The faux glass was a tempest of swirling, angry shadows. Every sneakoscope in the house was screaming at full pitch. We've had a visitor, Moody growled, not taking his eyes off the glass. Powerful. Skilled. They bypassed the outer wards. Couldn't get past the inner ones. Left a calling card. He pointed to the kitchen table. Lying on the scrubbed wood was a single, pure white feather. It looked like a dove's feather, but as Harry watched, it slowly, sickeningly, turned the color of ink, then crumbled into ash. A warning from the other side, Moody muttered. A Death Eater's mark. They know where you are. They're testing the defenses. His magical eye spun to fix on Harry. The deposition's done. Good. Now, we move. You're not safe here anymore. Not even with my wards. Where then? Evans asked, his face pale. There's only one place left that's a fortress and a school both. Moody's face was grim. We're leaving for Hogwarts. Tonight. As they hastily packed, Harry tucked his mother's casket and his new wand into his moleskin pouch. He looked at the moving photograph of his parents and Moody on the wall. They were laughing, unaware of the green light and the ashes to come. He made a silent promise to them, or to the idea of them. He would learn. He would get strong. He would not be a key, or a symbol, or a victim. He would be Harry Potter. And as Moody activated a complex, multi-destination portkey, a worn-out boot, Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel. The world spun away. But this time, he wasn't afraid. He was ready. He was going to Hogwarts, into the heart of the mystery, armed with a lawsuit, a guardian madman, and a truth that was finally his own. The last thing he saw before the portkey whisked them away was the ashen residue of the dark feather, swirling in the draft like a promise of a fight to come. The portkey journey was a violent, disorienting spin through a kaleidoscope of compressed space and roaring wind. The old boot hauled them through the void, Harry's fingers clenched white on the leather, his stomach left somewhere far behind. He caught flashes, a star-strewn sky, the dark silhouette of mountains, the glint of moonlight on water, before the world slammed back into place with the force of a closing door. They landed hard on cold, damp grass. Harry stumbled, his knees buckling, but Moody's iron grip on his arm kept him upright. The night air was sharp, clean, and carried the scent of pine, lake water, and something ancient and magical, like ozone and old books. He looked up. Hogwarts. It wasn't a castle. It was a mountain of light and shadow carved into the night. Towers and turrets speared the star-dusted sky, windows glowing with warm, buttery light that reflected in the still black waters of a vast lake below. Bridges arched between ramparts, and 1,000 nooks and crannies promised secrets in every stone. It was immense, alive, and humming with a low, foundational magic that vibrated in Harry's teeth. After the claustrophobic paranoia of Moody's bunker, the sheer, soaring scale of it stole his breath. Home sweet fortress. Moody grunted, his magical eye whirring as it scanned the surrounding forest, the lakeshore, the distant Ollery. Wards are thick. Good. Come on. Dumbledore's expecting us. Or if he isn't, he will be. They climbed a winding path from the edge of the grounds up to the massive oak front doors. As they approached, the doors swung open silently, revealing a vast entrance hall. Stone walls rose to a shadowed ceiling high above. Torches in brackets flickered, casting dancing light on a magnificent marble staircase. It was empty, silent, waiting. A man stood in the center of the hall, not Dumbledore. He was tall, severe, with black hair pulled into a tight bun, and robes of emerald green. His expression was one of stern surprise. Alistair. This is highly irregular. Term does not begin for another 3 weeks. Minerva. Moody nodded, limping forward. Irregular times. We need to see Albus. Now. Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes fell on Harry. They widened slightly behind her square spectacles, taking in his travel-worn robes, the holly wand holstered at his side, the stubborn set of his jaw under the famous scar. Mr. Potter, we were not informed of your early arrival. There wasn't time, Moody said. We've had a breach. A warning. Hogwarts is the only place left. A flicker of concern crossed McGonagall's face. She gave a curt nod. The headmaster is in his study. Follow me. She led them up the grand staircase, her heels clicking sharply on the stone. Portraits lining the walls snoozed in their frames, but several stirred as they passed, muttering and pointing at Harry. He heard his name whispered in tones of curiosity and awe. They reached a monstrous stone gargoyle guarding a corridor. McGonagall said, "Fizzing Wisby." The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like a corkscrew. They stepped onto it, rising smoothly to a polished oak door with a brass griffin knocker. McGonagall knocked once and entered. Dumbledore's office was a place of wonderful, comforting chaos. Whirring silver instruments puffed smoke on spindly tables. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling. A magnificent, claw-footed desk sat near a window that looked out over the moonlit grounds. And in a large, ornate perch near the desk, a bird of breathtaking beauty preened its scarlet and gold feathers, a phoenix. Harry's hand went instinctively to his pocket, where his mother's feather lay in its casket. Dumbledore stood from behind his desk. He looked older than he had in the ministry atrium, the lines on his face deeper in the soft light. But his blue eyes were keen and alert. Alistair. Harry. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Pleasure's got nothing to do with it, Albus, Moody said, stumping forward and collapsing into a chair without being asked. We've been scouted. A Death Eater breached my outer wards tonight. Left a dissolving raven's feather, Malfoy's calling card, I'd stake my good leg on it. The Potter boy's a target. Your school's the only fortified location with the manpower to protect him and the legitimacy to house him. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry. I see. And your legal guardian, Mr. Evans. Evans is a solicitor, not a bodyguard, Moody scoffed. He's back in London, probably filing a motion about the breach. The boy stays here, under my eye and your wards, until term starts. Then he blends in with the other students. I have no objection to Harry residing at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said calmly, gesturing for Harry and McGonagall to sit. Indeed, I have long wished for him to know its comforts earlier than most. But your presence, Alistair, complicates matters. The staff are not yet in residence. Your methods are not suited to a school environment. My methods are what's kept him alive this past week, Moody shot back. He knows a basic shield charm and a disarmor. That's more than most first years. And he knows not to trust pretty presents from strangers. He shot a significant look at the sneakoscope on Dumbledore's shelf, which was, notably, silent and still. Dumbledore sighed, steepling his fingers. Very well. Harry is welcome. You may stay as a guest lecturer in defense, Alistair, to justify your presence. But the curriculum for the first years is set. You will not turn my castle into a training ground for urban warfare. Moody grunted, which might have been assent. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore continued, would you be so kind as to show Harry to a guest suite in the Gryffindor Tower? The one adjacent to the 7th-year boys' dormitory should suffice. It has a view of the grounds and its own fireplace. McGonagall nodded. Come along, Mr. Potter. Harry stood, but hesitated. He looked at Dumbledore. Sir, the house elf. Dobby. It said there was a plot. Here, at Hogwarts. The air in the office seemed to chill. McGonagall froze. Moody's magical eye fixed on Dumbledore with laser intensity. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I am aware of the warning, Harry. I have been monitoring certain movements. The plot, whatever it may be, is precisely why Hogwarts is the safest place for you. The wards here are ancient and powerful. And you will not be alone. He looked at the phoenix, which let out a soft, musical cry. Fawkes and I have weathered darker storms. It wasn't a denial. It was an admission. The plot was real, and Dumbledore knew about it. The confirmation was more frightening than the warning. "Go and rest, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle again. "There will be time for answers. For now, let the castle watch over you." Harry followed Professor McGonagall out of the office and back down the moving staircase. She was silent for a long time as they navigated the maze of corridors. Finally, she spoke, her voice softer than before. "The headmaster has your best interests at heart, Mr. Potter. As does Mad-Eye Moody, in his own, forceful way. It is a great deal to adjust to. But Hogwarts has been a home to many lost souls. It can be one for you, too." They climbed staircases that seemed to shift when you weren't looking, past tapestries that depicted bizarre historical scenes, and walked through corridors where the portraits offered advice or sang snippets of song. The castle felt like a living, breathing entity, curious about its new occupant. Finally, they reached a portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress, snoozing against her frame. "This is the entrance to Gryffindor Tower," McGonagall said. "The password for the guest suite is, Fortis Fortuna Audiuvat. Speak it clearly." Harry repeated the phrase. The fat lady blinked awake, smiled, and swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. Harry climbed through into the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy, welcoming space, all worn armchairs, crackling fires, and scarlet and gold tapestries. It was empty, but it felt warm and lived in. McGonagall led him up a spiral staircase to a small, secluded door. Inside was a charming, circular room with a four-poster bed hung with red velvet curtains, a writing desk, and a window that looked out over the moonlit grounds and the Forbidden Forest. A small fire crackled in the grate. "Your belongings will be brought up. Breakfast is at 8 in the Great Hall. Do not wander the castle alone at night. The stairs are not to be trusted." With a final, slightly less stern look, she left, closing the door behind her. Alone, Harry stood in the middle of the room, the silence of the enormous castle pressing in on him. It wasn't the stifling silence of the cupboard. It was a vast, echoing quiet, full of history and magic. He walked to the window. The grounds stretched out, dark and mysterious. The Forbidden Forest was a sea of blackness. The lake glittered. He was at Hogwarts, the place he was supposed to be. But he felt more adrift than ever. He was a legal plaintiff, a target for dark wizards, a ward of a paranoid ex-Auror, and a puzzle piece in Dumbledore's long game. He wasn't just a new student. He was a factor in an equation he didn't understand. He unpacked the few things he had: his mother's casket, his new books, the sneakoscope Dumbledore had given him, which remained dark and still. He placed the holly wand on the bedside table. It glowed softly in the firelight. A soft knock at the door. It wasn't McGonagall's firm rap. Harry opened it cautiously. A man stood there, silhouetted in the torchlight of the corridor. He was thin, with sallow skin, a hooked nose, and long, greasy black hair that framed his face like curtains. His eyes were black and deep-set, and they held an expression of such intense, complicated dislike that Harry took an involuntary step back. "Potter," the man said, his voice silky and cold. "I am Professor Snape, Master of Potions. The headmaster has informed me of your premature arrival. As your head of house will not be in residence for another fortnight, I am to ensure you do not blow up my dungeons or otherwise disturb the equilibrium of the castle." His lip curled slightly as he looked Harry up and down, his gaze lingering on the scar. "You have your father's hair. And your mother's unfortunate taste in dramatic entrances. Follow me. You will take your meals in my chambers until the Great Hall is officially open. Now." He turned and swept away, his black robes billowing behind him. Harry had no choice but to follow, his heart sinking. Snape's hostility was a tangible force, a new and inexplicable weight added to the pile. The meal in Snape's dim, dungeon-level office was a silent, tense affair. The food was excellent, roast chicken and potatoes, but Harry could barely eat under Snape's relentless, disapproving stare. The potions master asked no questions, made no conversation. He simply watched, as if studying a flawed ingredient. When Harry was finally dismissed, he fled back to the tower, his mind reeling. The castle was a place of wonders, but it was also a place of shadows and secrets, of kind headmasters and hateful potion masters, of warming fires and cold, watching eyes. That night, he dreamed. Not of green light, but of running through endless, shifting corridors, chased by a whispering shadow that smelled of ink and ashes. He was trying to find a door, a specific door, but every one he opened led to a different version of the cupboard under the stairs. He woke with a start, his scar prickling fiercely. The fire had died to embers. The room was dark, and the sneakoscope on his desk, the one from Dumbledore, was spinning silently, emitting a thin, unwavering beam of red light aimed directly at the closed door of his room. Something, or someone, untrustworthy was right outside. Harry lay perfectly still, his hand creeping toward his wand on the nightstand. The sneakoscope's red light was a single, accusing finger pointing at the door. The castle's ancient stones seemed to hold their breath. Then, from the other side of the thick oak, he heard it, the faintest scrape of a boot on stone, followed by the soft, retreating sound of footsteps, fading into the deep silence of the sleeping tower. Whoever it was hadn't tried to enter. They had just stood there, listening. The red beam of the sneakoscope held steady for a full minute after the footsteps faded. Harry didn't move, his hand frozen an inch from his wand. His heart thudded against his ribs, a frantic drum in the silent room. The castle, which had felt like a sanctuary moments before, now felt like a labyrinth with unseen eyes in every shadow. Finally, the light flickered and died. The sneakoscope spun down to a stop, inert. The immediate danger, if it had been danger, was gone. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He grabbed his wand, the familiar warmth of the hollywood a small comfort. He crept to the door and pressed his ear against the cool oak. Nothing. He unlocked it and peered out into the circular common room. The dying embers of the main fire cast long, dancing shadows. The armchairs were empty. The portrait hole was closed. Whoever it was had gone. He thought of waking Moody, but the man was presumably somewhere in the castle, possibly in a room just as fortified as this one. Harry didn't even know where. Instead, he dragged a heavy armchair in front of his bedroom door, a pathetic barrier, but it made him feel slightly better, and spent the rest of the night dozing fitfully in the four-poster, his wand on the pillow beside him. Dawn arrived, pale and gray, filtering through his window. The grounds were shrouded in mist. Harry got up, stiff and tired. He moved the armchair back, feeling foolish. Had it been a dream? The sneakoscope said no. At 8, he made his way down to the dungeons for breakfast, following the memorized route from the night before. Snape's office door was ajar. Inside, at a small table, a place was set with toast and porridge. Snape himself stood at a blackboard, writing complex-looking potions equations in spidery script. He didn't turn around. Sit. Eat. Do not speak unless spoken to. The porridge was lumpy and tasteless. Harry ate in silence, watching Snape's back. The potions master's robes were slightly frayed at the hem, and his movements as he wrote were precise, almost violent. Harry couldn't shake the feeling of pure, personal animosity radiating from the man. It was different from the Dursleys' generic dislike. This was specific, pointed, as if Harry had personally wronged him. "You will spend the mornings in the library," Snape said abruptly, still facing the blackboard. "Madame Pants is aware of your presence. You will read magical drafts and potions by Arsenius Jigger. The first 3 chapters. I will quiz you this evening. Fail to meet my standards, and you will scrub cauldrons without magic." "Understood. Yes, sir." "Then go." The library was a vast, echoing space on the first floor, with towering shelves and narrow aisles. Madame Pants, a thin, pinch-faced woman who resembled an underfed vulture, eyed him with suspicion but pointed him to the potions section without a word. Harry found the heavy textbook and settled at a long, polished table by a window. He tried to focus on the properties of moonstone and powdered bicorn horn, but his mind kept wandering, to the nighttime visitor, to Moody's grim warnings, to the looming deposition in the mountain of galleons that felt less like a reward and more like a target. The words swam on the page. A soft thump made him jump. A book had fallen from a high shelf 2 aisles over. He heard a muttered curse, then the sound of someone limping. Moody emerged from between the shelves, his magical eye swiveling to take in the entire library before fixing on Harry. "There you are. Snape's got you on theory, I see. Good. A distracted mind is a vulnerable mind. Up. We've got practical work." "But Professor Snape said." "Snape answers to Dumbledore. Dumbledore answered to me this morning. Your defense training takes precedence. Bring the book. You can read it later when you're too tired to hold a wand." Moody led him not to the grounds, but to an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. It had been cleared of desks, and the windows were magically reinforced with a faint, shimmering film. "Today, detecting hidden magic and intent," Moody announced, stumping to the center of the room. "The castle's full of it, old enchantments, residual emotions, protective spells. You need to learn to feel the difference between background magic and something malicious." He pulled a handful of seemingly ordinary objects from his cloak: a quill, a goblet, a chocolate frog card, a pocket watch. He arranged them on the floor. "One of these is hexed. Not to harm, but to inconvenience. Your job: find it without touching them. Use your senses. The magic in your wand. Your gut." Harry approached the circle of objects. He closed his eyes, trying to feel something. He felt nothing but his own nervousness. He opened his eyes and looked. The quill looked normal. The goblet was tarnished silver. The chocolate frog card showed Albus Dumbledore, who winked out at him. The pocket watch ticked softly. "You're thinking like a muggle," Moody growled. "Look with your magic. Hold your wand out. Let it seek. Magic calls to magic." Harry raised his wand. He focused on the space around the objects, trying to sense a difference. He thought of the way his wand had felt in Ollivanders, the recognition. He tried to project that feeling of seeking. A faint, cold draft seemed to emanate from the pocket watch. It wasn't a physical cold, but a sensation in his mind, a slight greasy feeling. He pointed his wand at it. "That one." Moody's magical eye zoomed in. "Why? It feels wrong. Slippery." "Correct. It's been charmed to tell the time backward. Confusion hex. Not dangerous, but disorienting." "Good. Your sensitivity is better than I hoped." He scooped up the objects. Again, they spent 2 hours on similar exercises. Moody produced objects with concealment charms, mild jinxes, and even one cursed item that made Harry's scar prickle faintly, a dark magic detector Moody called a Horcrux light. By the end, Harry was sweating and headachy, but he could consistently pick out the enchanted item from a group of 10. "You're raw, but you've got the knack," Moody said, not quite praise, but acknowledgement. "Your mother was brilliant at protective magic. This, sensing, it's related. She'd have been better at it than me. Now, lunch. Then you're back to Snape. Don't tell him what we did. He's got his own ideas about proper magical education." Lunch was another silent affair in Snape's office: cold meat pies and pumpkin juice. Snape quizzed him mercilessly on the first chapter of magical drafts and potions. Harry, his mind still buzzing from the morning's training, stumbled over the answers. Snape's lip curled. "Pathetic. Your father was arrogant and lazy in my classroom. It seems you share his lack of application. You will write a 12-inch essay on the uses of aconite in calming drafts, due tomorrow. Now get out." Fuming, Harry retreated to the library. He was trying to study, to focus on aconite, when a large shadow fell over his table. He looked up into the kind, concerned face of Rubeus Hagrid. The half-giant was twisting his massive hands together, his eyes moist. "Harry, I've been lookin' fair yay all mornin'. Heard yay were here early. Or yay all right." The genuine worry in Hagrid's voice was a balm after Snape's venom. "I'm okay, Hagrid. Yay don't look okay. Yay look peaky. Listen, about all that business, the lawsuit and such, I don't pretend to understand it. But Dumbledore's a good man. He had his reasons, Harry. Terrible reasons, maybe, but he thought he was protecting Yay. By leaving me with the Dursleys." Harry couldn't keep the bitterness out. Hagrid flinched. I didn't know it were a cupboard, Harry. I swear on my life. I'd have fetched Yay myself if I'd known. I delivered Yay there. Yay were so tiny, and sleep in, and I left Yay on the doorstep with a note." He looked utterly wretched. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The raw, unvarnished guilt in Hagrid's face disarmed Harry's anger. "It's not your fault, Hagrid. It is, in a way. I trusted. Maybe I shouldn't have." Hagrid leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a rumbling whisper. "But you're here now. And, Yay need ter be careful. There's things goin' on. Dark things. I can't say more, but, keep her eyes open. And, if Yay need anythin' at all, Yay come tear me, down at me hut. Promise." "I promise." Hagrid nodded, patted Harry's shoulder with a hand the size of a dustbin lid, and lumbered off, leaving behind the smell of wood smoke and rock cakes. The encounter left Harry unsettled. Hagrid's guilt, His warning, it all pointed to a reality where everyone, Dumbledore, Hagrid, the Ministry, had been part of a machine that placed him in that cupboard, all believing they were doing the right thing. It was a more complicated betrayal than simple malice. He returned to his essay, the words blurring. As evening fell, he gave up and decided to explore. Moody had said not to wander alone at night, but it wasn't night yet. He left the library and walked, letting the shifting staircases and corridors take him where they would. He passed the Charms classroom, heard the tinkling sound of practice from within, Professor Flitwick, presumably, preparing for term. He glimpsed the hospital wing, white and sterile. He found a corridor lined with suits of armor that creaked as he passed. And then he saw it, a door, third on the left from the trophy room. It was unlocked. He pushed it open. It was a disused classroom, dusty and empty save for a single, magnificent object standing in the center of the room. It was an ornate, floor-length mirror. Its frame was gold, intricately carved with twisting designs. An inscription was carved across the top. Verized straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. Harry approached it cautiously. His reflection looked back at him, a thin boy with messy hair and bright green eyes, holding a wand. But then the reflection shifted. Behind him, other people appeared in the mirror. A woman with vivid red hair and kind green eyes, just like his. A man with untidy black hair and glasses, smiling warmly. They stood behind him, their hands on his shoulders, looking at him with so much love it made his chest ache. They were there, and then they weren't. His lonely reflection returned. He stepped closer, his heart pounding. The people came back. His mother and father. They were smiling, waving. His father winked. His mother blew him a kiss. He reached out a hand, his fingers brushing the cold glass. They were so close, and yet infinitely far away. It shows us what we desire most. Harry spun around, wand raised. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his expression soft and sad. I see you have found the Mirror of Verized. A cruel device for a lonely heart. Are they really there? Harry whispered, his voice cracking. In a way, the mirror shows neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see. It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live. Dumbledore walked forward, standing beside him. In the mirror, Harry saw Dumbledore's reflection standing alone, pulling a pair of thick, woolen socks from his pocket. The headmaster smiled faintly. You see, even for me, it offers temptation. But it is only a mirror. Harry couldn't tear his eyes away. I just want to see them. I know. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. But this mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow. It is not safe to linger here. The things it shows can become an obsession. You have a life to live, Harry. A real one, in front of you, not behind glass. Reluctantly, Harry let Dumbledore guide him from the room. As the door closed, he took one last look. His parents waved, smiling, and faded into the dust. That night, back in his room, the image of his parents in the mirror burned behind his eyes. The longing was a physical pain. He took out his mother's casket, holding the wedding band and the letter. Your life is your own. But what was the point of a life if the people who were supposed to be in it were only reflections? He was pulled from his thoughts by a soft tapping at his window. A handsome barn owl was there, a letter tied to its leg. It was from Thaddeus Evans. Harry, the deposition has caused a significant stir. The Wizengamot committee has recommended the ministry open settlement negotiations. This is a major victory. However, the ministry is resisting, and their propaganda campaign is intensifying. Attached are copies of editorials calling you manipulated and dangerously confused. More concerning, I have discovered irregularities in the ministry's logs of their visits to Privet Drive. Several entries have been altered or erased. This is evidence of a cover-up. I am filing a motion for discovery of all unaltered records. Stay at Hogwarts and stay safe. Do nothing to draw undue attention. Our case grows stronger, but so does the opposition. T.P. Evans. The letter was a splash of cold water. The lawsuit was real, moving forward, and uncovering lies. It was a thread of purpose. He wasn't just a boy pining for ghosts in a mirror. He was uncovering truths. He folded the letter, his resolve hardening. He would learn from Moody. He would survive Snape. He would help Evans win. And maybe, along the way, he would find out who had been outside his door, and what plot was unfolding in the castle. He picked up his wand and began to practice the shield charm in the middle of the room, whispering, "Protega," into the quiet, casting a faint, shimmering light that pushed back the darkness, just a little. Down in the depths of the castle, in a room hidden behind a tapestry of dancing trolls, Severus Snape stood before a shallow stone basin, a pensieve. He swirled his wand, extracting a silvery strand of memory from his temple and letting it fall into the basin. He leaned over, plunging his face into the liquid. The memory was of tonight, just after dinner. He saw himself walking the third-floor corridor, ensuring the protections were intact. He saw a door, the door to the disused classroom, ajar. He saw himself approach, peer in. And he saw Harry Potter, standing before the mirror of her eyes, his face a mask of such yearning it was almost blasphemous to witness. Snape watched the boy's reflection show James and Lily Potter, alive and loving. He saw the boy reach out. And for a fleeting second, in the boy's desperate, lonely posture, Snape did not see James Potter's arrogant son. He saw Lily's child, aching for the mother he never knew. He pulled himself from the pensieve, his face pale, his black eyes haunted. He swept the memory back into his mind, locking it away. The boy was a reminder of everything he had lost, everything he had failed to protect. The lawsuit, the fame, the danger, it was all a nuisance. But that look on the boy's face, that was a wound. He paced his office, his robes whispering against the stone floor. He had his own role to play in Dumbledore's schemes, his own penance to serve. Protecting the boy was part of it, even if every instinct screamed to do otherwise. He stopped at his desk, pulled out a piece of parchment, and began to write in his tight, precise script. A report for the headmaster. But the words that came were not about the mirror, or the boy's vulnerability. They were about something else he had sensed, a faint, foul taint of dark magic in the castle, stronger tonight near the third-floor corridor. A taint that smelled, unmistakably, of his hated master. And of something else, something borrowed, and treacherous. He finished the note, sealed it, and summoned a school owl. The plot was thickening, and Harry Potter, lawsuit or not, was standing right in the middle of it. The image from the mirror of Arised clung to the inside of Harry's eyelids. He dreamed not of the green light, but of his mother's smile, his father's hand on his shoulder, a warmth so vivid it felt like memory, not fantasy. Waking in the four-poster bed was a fresh abandonment each morning. The castle's stones, which had hummed with promise, now seemed to echo with the silence left by ghosts he'd never truly known. The letter from Evans was a tether to a different reality. It lay on his desk next to the heavy potions text, a crisp rectangle of purpose in a world of shifting dreams and hidden plots. Settlement negotiations. Altered logs. A cover-up. The words were dry, legalistic, but they sparked a different fire in him, not longing, but anger. A clean, sharp anger. They had lied. On paper. In ink. It was a fact he could fight. His days settled into a grinding, purposeful rhythm, a three-part split that mirrored the fracture in his own identity. Mornings belonged to Snape. The potions master's hostility had not softened, it had crystallized into a cold, pedagogical rigor. The guest suite in Gryffindor Tower was deemed inconvenient, so Harry now took his meals and lessons in a small, antechamber off Snape's dungeon office. The room smelled perpetually of pickled potions ingredients and dust. The Wiggenweld potion, Snape drawled on the third day, looming over Harry as he struggled to dice daisy roots uniformly. Its primary use, to cure mundane illnesses like colds, and as a base for more complex healing drafts, Harry recited, his fingers slippery with root juice. And its most critical, often overlooked property. Snape's black eyes bored into him. Harry's mind, still half on Evans's latest missive about Gringotts' audit rights, blanked. It stabilizes magical core fluctuations in victims of prolonged magical suppression or trauma, Snape said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that was somehow more menacing than a shout. He plucked the knife from Harry's hand and demonstrated a perfect, swift julienne. A fact you would find in the footnotes of the Advanced Potioneer, not your infant-level textbook. Your upbringing, in a Muggle household, devoid of magical stimulation, would have caused minor, continuous core stress. A regimen of diluted Wiggenweld in early childhood would have been advisable. Was it ever administered? The question was a trap. Harry knew it. No, sir. Snape's lip curled. A further oversight in a catalogue of neglect. Do not mistake my instruction for concern, Potter. I am merely illustrating the depth of the incompetence you seek to litigate. Now, dice the rest. The pieces are uneven. They will brew unevenly. In my classroom, uneven can mean corrosive, explosive, or fatal. The lesson was clear. Even the subject of his lawsuit could be turned into a weapon against him, a demonstration of his own ignorance. Harry diced with furious precision, channeling his anger into the blade. He would learn. He would master this, too. Afternoons were a violent release. Moody had commandeered an old charms classroom on the second floor, layering it with so many protective and silencing spells that the very air felt thick and resistant. Forget disarming, Moody barked the day after the mirror. If someone's in your room at night, you don't want their wand. You want them on the floor. Stupefy. The stunning spell was harder. It required a sharp, jabbing motion and a burst of will. That felt like shouting with his magic. Harry's first attempts produced weak, pinkish sparks. Moody was relentless. They're not gonna stand still and wait for you to feel confident, lad. Imagine it's the toad from the ministry. Imagine it's your uncle. Put your back into it. Harry imagined. He imagined Vernon Dursley's purple face. He imagined the pale, sneering shadow from Moody's faux glass. He imagined the invisible listener outside his door. Stupefy. A bolt of red light, solid and credible, shot from his wand and struck the practice dummy squarely in the chest. It rocked back on its stand. Better. Moody grunted. Now, again, and again, until your arm falls off and you can do it in your sleep. The training was exhausting, painful, and utterly grounding. In these hours, he wasn't the boy who lived or the litigious orphan. He was a body learning to fight, a magical core learning to strike. The simplicity of it was a relief. Evenings were for Evans, via lengthy, detailed letters delivered by a sleek ministry owl that seemed to disdain the school barn owls. The correspondence was a crash course in wizarding law and finance. The precedent set in Goblin Commission verses. Ministry 1732 establishes that fiduciary negligence can be adjudicated even in wartime circumstances, negating their primary defense. Cross-referencing the withdrawal logs with the Muggle currency exchange rates reveals a discrepancy suggesting unauthorized conversion for personal use by the overseeing officer, one Peregrine Cattermole. Have retained a curse breaker to assess the structural decay at Potter Castle. Initial reports suggest purposeful neglect, not mere age. Harry read and reread, asking clarifying questions in his replies. He was building a fortress of evidence in his mind, stone by legal stone. It was a different kind of magic, one of logic, precedent, and cold, hard numbers. It gave him a sense of control, of turning the chaos of his past into an ordered argument. But the three worlds, Snape's dungeon, Moody's classroom, Evans's parchment, could not stay separate for long. It was during a late-night review of a property ledger that Harry noticed it. A line-item expenditure for ward maintenance, Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow. It was a small, annual sum, paid every October up until 2 years ago. Then it stopped. According to a map in the ledger, Potter Cottage was a ruin. Why pay toward a ruin? And why stop 2 years ago? A chill that had nothing to do with the dungeons crept down his spine. He thought of the nightly patrols he'd begun, mapping the castle's corridors, testing its secrets. He thought of the forbidden third-floor corridor Dumbledore had mentioned on the first night. He thought of the plot Dobby had warned of. A plot needed a target. A plot at Hogwarts might need a diversion. Or a tool. The next day, during a lesson on identifying potion ingredients by smell alone, Harry had just confused armadillo bile with dragonfly thorax, earning a scathing critique. He dared to ask Snape a question not about the potion. Sir, if you wanted to hide something important, somewhere in Hogwarts, where would you put it? Snape froze, his back to Harry. The silence in the dungeon stretched, broken only by the bubble of a cauldron in the next room. Slowly, he turned. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were black pools of suspicion. A curious and irrelevant question. Focus on the bile. Its acridity should be unmistakable to even the most olfactory challenged dunderhead. But theoretically, Harry pressed, a reckless courage born of too many hours staring at legal puzzles and dark detectors. The castle's full of secrets. The room of requirement, the chamber of secrets. Snape crossed the room in 2 swift strides, looming over him. Where did you hear those names? He hissed. I read about them. In Hogwarts, a history. It was a lie. He'd seen the chamber mentioned in a footnote in one of Evans's historical precedent files about magically sealed estates. Snape searched his face for a long moment. The Room of Requirement is a legend. The Chamber of Secrets is a myth perpetuated by gullible children. Hogwarts is a school, not a treasure vault. Such fancies are beneath you. They distract from tangible realities. He gestured dismissively at the potion's ingredients. Like the fact you are about to brew a forgetfulness potion that, if botched, could render you incapable of recalling your own name. A state some might find an improvement. Begin. But the seed was planted. Harry's mind, trained by Moody to look for patterns and by Evans to look for discrepancies, was now whirring. A hidden thing. A plot. A stopped ward payment. A fortress within a fortress. That afternoon, during a lesson on detecting concealed doors, look for the air current, the slight shimmer, the wanting to not be seen, Harry asked Moody a different question. The protections on a place, like Gringotts, or Hogwarts. If you were a really powerful wizard, and you wanted to add another layer of protection around something small inside, what would you do? Moody's magical eye fixed on him, worrying thoughtfully. You'd weave it into the existing wards. Make it a part of the castle's own magic. Like a pearl in an oyster. The bigger the shell, the harder it is to find the grit. Why? Just something I read. Moody grunted, not fooled. Reading's good. Thinking's better. If you're thinking what I think you're thinking, stop. Dumbledore's got the strategic view. Our job's the tactical. You see a threat, you stun it. You don't go looking for the mastermind's treasure map. That's how kids get killed. But Harry couldn't stop. The idea had taken root. That night, under his cloak of invisibility, a startlingly useful loan from Moody's trunk of confiscated items, for practical lessons in surveillance, he left his room. He avoided the third-floor corridor, too obvious. Instead, he wandered, feeling the castle. He stood in the entrance hall, feeling the ancient magic seep from the stones. He climbed to the Ollery, listening to the night birds. He lingered outside the library, feeling the collective weight of centuries of knowledge. The castle was a living tapestry of spells, layer upon layer. Where would you hide a single, precious thread? His feet, almost of their own accord, took him to the corridor where the mirror had been. The door was locked, but as he stood there, his wand held loosely, trying to feel as Moody had taught him, he sensed it, not a malicious magic, but a complex, recent one. A web of enchantments that felt pedagogical. Like a series of puzzles. They were faint, spread out, leading away from this spot, deeper into the castle's heart. It wasn't a vault. It was a gauntlet. He followed the faint, magical scent. It led him down, towards the dungeons, then veered away from Snape's quarters, towards the older, disused parts near the kitchens. The air grew colder. The torches were fewer. He was standing before a seemingly blank stretch of wall when he heard voices. He pressed himself into a deep alcove holding a bust of a warlock with a pronounced nose, the invisibility cloak pulled tight. Two people were arguing in hushed, tense tones further down the corridor. He recognized them, Professor Quirrell, the stuttering defense against the dark arts teacher he'd seen briefly at meals, and Snape. M must protest. Severus, the headmaster's instructions were see clear. Your understanding of clear is as deficient as your classroom management, Quirrell. Snape's voice was a silk-wrapped blade. The item is not a subject for your curiosity. Your role is to teach, however inadequately, and to stay away from the third-floor corridor on the east wing. Is that understood? B. But I was only. You were snooping. A dangerous pastime. Remember what awaits those who poke their noses where they don't belong. The pain can be instructive. There was a moment of silence, filled only with Quirrell's ragged, frightened breathing. Then, footsteps, Snape's firm, swift strides fading away, and Quirrell's shuffling, hesitant ones going in the opposite direction. Harry waited until long after the sounds had vanished, his heart hammering. The third-floor corridor on the east wing. Not where the mirror had been. Another location. And Quirrell was interested. Snape was threatening him about it. The plot had a location. And it had players. He returned to his room, the invisibility cloak folded in his pocket. He didn't sleep. He sat at his desk and wrote a long, detailed letter to Thaddeus Evans. He didn't mention mirrors or forbidden corridors. He wrote about the cessation of ward payments on a ruined cottage 2 years ago. He asked, in careful, legal language, if there was any record of a highly valuable magical object being moved from a private residence into ministry custody, or third-party safekeeping, around that time. He framed it as a question of asset mismanagement. He sent the letter at dawn. It was a shot in the dark, but his instincts, honed by paranoia and training, screamed that it was all connected. The lawsuit, the plot, the hidden thing in the castle. He was no longer just a boy caught in the middle. He was starting to see the shape of the trap. And the first rule of survival, Moody had drummed into him, was to know the battlefield better than your enemy. In his office, Albus Dumbledore examined a delicate, silver device that whirred and traced lines of light on a parchment map of the castle. A small, pulsing dot of gold light was stationary in the Gryffindor Tower. Another, a dot of restless gray, paced in a guest room on the second floor. A third, a dot of inky black, was deep in the dungeons. And a fourth, a sickly, fluctuating green dot, had just entered the castle grounds from the Forbidden Forest. He sighed, a sound of profound weariness. The pieces were moving, faster than he had anticipated. The boy was not just hiding in the castle. He was investigating it. The lawsuit had given him a taste for secrets, and Moody had given him the tools to hunt them. He looked at the empty perch where Fawkes usually sat. The phoenix was gone, a silent absence that felt like a omen. The protections around the stone were strong, but they were designed for a frontal assault, not for the subtle, legalistic, and deeply personal war that was converging upon his school. He had prepared for thieves. He had not prepared for a child who was learning to sue the shadows. The reply from Thaddeus Evans arrived at breakfast, delivered by the same disdainful ministry owl. It landed on the table with a thump, scattering toast crumbs, and fixed Harry with a beady, imperious stare until he untied the scroll. Snape, at the head of the small table in his antechamber, didn't look up from his own correspondence, but the air grew several degrees colder. Harry broke the seal, his heart thudding. The handwriting was even more precise than usual, the ink a dark, urgent blue. Harry, your inquiry was astute. The cessation of ward payments on the Godric's Hollow cottage coincided precisely with a highly classified event, a break-in at Gringotts, London, on July 31, 2 years ago. The vault in question, 713, was rented under a false name, but my contacts within the Goblin Syndicate, secured at considerable expense, indicate the contents were removed by Albus Dumbledore mere hours before the attempted theft. The object was the Philosopher's Stone, property of Nicholas Flamel. Its properties, immortality and unlimited transmutation of base metal into gold. It represents, in essence, the ultimate magical and financial prize. The Ministry's role was one of catastrophic security failure. Their protections on the Gringotts vault were laughably inadequate, allowing the breach. Dumbledore's removal of the stone was an emergency measure, but one done without filing the proper magical artifact relocation forms, thus leaving no paper trail and no official accountability. The stone's current location is unknown, but given Dumbledore's involvement in the timing of your ward cessation, a classic misdirection, closing one door while opening another, I calculate a 94% probability it is now housed at Hogwarts. This changes everything. The Ministry's negligence endangered an object of incalculable value, then facilitated its transfer to a school filled with children. If the stone is at Hogwarts, it makes the castle a target. It makes you, by proximity, a pawn in a much larger and more dangerous game. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to investigate this personally. The potential liability for the Ministry is astronomical. We could sue for endangerment, for reckless disregard, for creating a public nuisance. But we need proof. Solid, incontrovertible proof the stone is there, and that its presence has attracted hostile attention. Your safety is paramount. Maintain your routine. Observe. Report anything unusual. I am filing a Freedom of Magical Information Act request for all documents related to the Gringotts break-in and the stone's relocation. With that, we can force a public inquiry. Be careful, Harry. You are no longer just suing them for the past. You may be our best witness to their present incompetence. T.P. Evans. Harry lowered the parchment, his mind racing. The Philosopher's Stone. Gold and immortality. Hidden at Hogwarts. It made a terrible, perfect sense. The gauntlet of protections he'd sensed, the confrontation between Snape and Quirrell, Dobby's warning, it all spun together into a single, glittering point. Hogwarts wasn't just a school. It was a vault, and he was living inside it. Potter. Snape's voice was a whip crack. If you have quite finished your illicit correspondence, you will attend to the draft of living death. The Valyrian root will not chop itself. The morning's potion lesson was a special kind of torture. The draft of living death was NEWT level, and Harry's attempts under Snape's critical eye were a disaster. His mind kept drifting to vaults and stones. He added the powdered asphodel a stir too early, and the cauldron emitted a puff of sickly sweet smoke. Incompetent, Snape sneered, vanishing the mess with a flick of his wand. Your mind is elsewhere, dreaming of galleons and glory, no doubt. Your father was the same, arrogant, distracted, believing rules were for lesser men. It seems litigation is your Quidditch. The comparison stung, mostly because Harry had no idea what his father had been like at all, save for the smiling man in the photograph in the mirror. My father isn't on trial, he said, the words out before he could stop them. Snape went very still. No, he said softly, dangerously. He is beyond trial. A state you seem determined to emulate through recklessness. 10 points from Gryffindor for insolence. You will rebrew this potion tonight. Alone. And you will not leave until it is perfect, or until you collapse from exhaustion. Whichever comes first. The punishment was a gift in disguise. It gave him the night. Moody's afternoon session was, for once, not physical. The grizzled Auror had set up a series of complex, interlocking puzzle boxes. On a desk. Dark wizards don't just curse you, lad. They trap things. They hide things. Your solicitor's letter got you thinking about hidden objects, didn't it? Moody's magical eye swiveled to stare at Harry's pocket, where the parchment from Evans was folded. I know. Albus told me. The stone's here. And you're not to go near it. But if it's drawing danger. It is. And Dumbledore set a trap for that danger. A series of obstacles only a powerful, determined dark wizard would attempt. You know what happens when a curious kid sticks his nose in a trap meant for a wolf. He gets his face bitten off. So we're learning about traps. He rapped a knuckle on the first puzzle box. This one's got a mild confundus charm woven into the carving. Opens only if you think of the color blue. This one's got a needle coated in a sleeping potion. This one's a portkey that'll dump you in the Black Lake. The point is, look. Think. Don't touch. Harry spent 2 hours working through the boxes, using every sense Moody had taught him. He found the magical triggers, the subtle pressure points, the faint sense of almond, sleeping draft, and brine portkey. He didn't open a single one. He just identified the threat. Good, Moody grunted at the end. You're learning caution. That's more valuable than any spell. Now, remember, the biggest trap in this castle isn't a box. It's your own curiosity. It'll get you killed. Night fell. The castle sank into its deep, watchful silence. Harry waited in Snape's dungeon, laboriously rebrewing the draft of living death. The potion required absolute, unwavering attention. A single mistimed stir would ruin it. It was, he realized, another kind of trap, one designed to keep him busy and out of trouble. He worked slowly, methodically, following the instructions to the letter. His cauldron simmered, emitting a spiral of pearlescent vapor. As the clock ticked past midnight, he added the final ingredient, a single drop of his own blood, pricked from his finger. The potion turned a perfect, silvery white. It was done. Snape, who had been pretending to grade papers in the next room, swept in. He examined the cauldron, his face unreadable. He dipped a glass rod into the potion and let a drop fall onto the desk. The wood instantly fell into a deep, coma-like sleep, the grain pattern slowing to a standstill. Adequate, Snape said, his voice devoid of inflection. You may go. Harry left the dungeons, his body tired but his mind electric with purpose. He had passed Snape's test. Now for his own. He didn't go to the third-floor corridor on the east wing. That was the obvious path, the one Quirrell had been warned away from. Instead, he went to the library. The restricted section was off limits, but Madame Pance's desk was unattended. Using a simple unlocking charm Moody had taught him, for educational purposes only, mind, Harry slipped inside. The air was colder here, the books bound in strange leathers and sporting clasps that looked like bones. He was looking for anything on the Philosopher's Stone, on Nicholas Flamel, on ancient protective enchantments. He found nothing obvious. The books seemed to shift and rearrange themselves when he wasn't looking. Frustrated, he was about to leave when a small, plain-bound volume caught his eye. It was tucked between two massive tomes on Goblin Wars. The title, stamped in faded gold, read, The Alchemist's Folly, a treatise on elemental transmutation and moral decay. He opened it. The pages were dense with diagrams of the stone's symbolic structure, a circle within a triangle within a square. Scribbled in a margin, in handwriting he recognized from his mother's letter, was a note: the true stone is not the object, but the mind that wields it. Guard the mind, and the treasure follows. L.E. His mother, Lily Evans. She had read this book. She had written this note. His fingers traced her initials. A connection, faint but real, across time. She had been here, in this library, thinking about the stone. Why? A floorboard creaked behind him. Harry shoved the book back onto the shelf and melted into the shadows behind a reading ladder. The invisibility cloak was back in his room. He hadn't dared bring it, fearing Snape would search him. A figure entered the restricted section, moving with a peculiar, jerky gait. Professor Quirrell. He was muttering to himself, his voice a low, frantic whisper. No, no, Master, I cannot, the third floor is watched, Snape suspects. He paused, listening to a voice Harry couldn't hear. Then he whimpered. But the other protections, the chess set, the troll, the potion's logic, they are too much for a mirror, for me. Another pause. Quirrell's face, illuminated by his wand tip, was sheened with sweat, his eyes wide with terror. Yes, Master. I understand. The Potter boy. He is curious. He could be guided. A distraction. But he is watched, too. The Mad Eye, the solicitor. Harry held his breath. They were talking about him. Using him. Quirrell nodded jerkily. I will try, Master. I will befriend him. Gain his trust. The mirror, he seeks his parents. That is a weakness. A path in. He shuffled away, disappearing into the deeper darkness of the restricted section. Harry waited until the sound of his footsteps vanished, then slipped out, his heart hammering against his ribs. The mirror of Arised. It was part of the protections. And Quirrell's master, the cold, whispering voice, knew Harry had been there. Knew his weakness. He ran, not back to Gryffindor Tower, but upwards, towards the third floor east wing. He had to see. He had to know. The corridor was deserted. The torches here burned low. At the end of it was a door, a normal-looking oak door. But as Harry approached, he felt it, a pulsing, animal magic. Wild. Territorial. He remembered the puzzle boxes. Look. Think. Don't touch. He didn't touch the door. He pressed his ear to it instead. From within came a sound that froze the blood in his veins. A low, rumbling growl, the sound of massive lungs breathing, and the clink of heavy chains. And beneath that, a smell, hot fur and raw meat. There was a creature in there. A big one. The first line of defense. He backed away, his mind racing. A gauntlet. Troll. Chess set. Potions logic. A mirror. And a beast. Dumbledore had built a labyrinth. As he turned to leave, a painting on the wall, a depiction of a knight sleeping against a tree, snored particularly loudly. Harry jumped, his wand coming up. The knight didn't wake, but from the mouth of a nearby gargoyle down the corridor, he heard a new sound, a soft, sibilant whisper, so faint it was almost imagined. Kill, the boy, the key, kill. It was the same voice Quirrell had been listening to. But it wasn't coming from behind the door. It was coming from the stones themselves. A cold, hungry intelligence, seeping through the castle's ancient mortar. Harry fled. He didn't stop until he was back in the Gryffindor common room, the portrait hole swinging shut behind him. He stood in the dark, listening to his own ragged breathing. He knew the shape of the trap now. And he knew he was being drawn into it, not as a thief, but as a pawn. Quirrell's master wanted to use his curiosity, his loneliness, to get to the stone. He climbed the stairs to his room. On the floor, just inside the door, lay a single, fresh green apple. There was no note, but he knew. It was a message, a peace offering, the first move in Quirrell's attempt to befriend him. Harry picked up the apple. It was cool and perfect in his hand. He thought of the fairy tale, the poisoned apple, the sleeping death. He thought of his own perfect draft of living death, simmering in Snape's dungeon. He placed the apple on his desk. He wouldn't eat it, but he wouldn't throw it away either. It was evidence of a plot, of an attempt to manipulate him. He sat on his bed, holding his holly wand. The phoenix feather within seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. He thought of his mother's note in the alchemy book. Guard the mind, and the treasure follows. He opened the occlumency book for the first time in days. He didn't try to build a fortress. He focused on a single, clear thought: I am Harry Potter. My life is my own. He held that thought like a shield, like a lit candle in the dark, as the whispering voice in the stones seemed to coil around the tower, searching for a way in. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore watched the silver trace of Harry's path on the map device, from the dungeons, to the library, to the third-floor corridor, and back. He saw the pulsing green dot of Quirrell intersect in the library. He saw the boys pause at the door. He sighed, removing his glasses to polish them. The game was accelerating. The boy's instincts were leading him straight into the heart of the maze. And Tom Riddle's voice was now active in the castle, whispering from the disembodied soul fragment embedded in Quirrell's turban, seeking a way through the wards. He looked at the empty perch. Soon, Fox, he murmured. Soon, we shall require your song. On the desk, a memo from the ministry fluttered, stamped with Cornelius Fudge's seal. It was a formal notice. Due to concerns over the stability of his magical environment, a ministry representative would be visiting Hogwarts to assess Harry Potter's well-being. The representative's name: Dolores Umbridge. The traps were closing from all sides. The green apple sat on Harry's desk for 2 days, a silent, perfect orb of potential poison. He didn't touch it. He watched it, as if it might sprout teeth and whisper. It was a reminder that the plot was not an abstract thing in the shadows, it was here, in his tower, offering false friendship. On the third morning, the apple was gone. In its place was a single, wilting daisy. The message had been received, and rejected. The game would have to change. Harry's own game was about to change as well. At breakfast in Snape's antechamber, the potions master delivered the news with palpable distaste. The ministry, in its infinite, bumbling wisdom, has seen fit to dispatch an observer to assess your well-being in your current unstable environment. She arrives today. You will be presentable, you will be polite, and you will be as uninteresting as it is possible for you to be. Who is it? Harry asked, though he dreaded the answer. Snape's lip curled. Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister. A woman whose taste in decor is matched only by her appetite for institutionalized cruelty. She will be staying indefinitely. Umbridge, the toad-like witch from the Wizengamot, with her girlish voice and merciless eyes. Her assessment was a thinly veiled invasion, a chance for the ministry to plant its own eyes and ears inside Dumbledore's fortress. She arrived at noon. Harry was summoned to Dumbledore's office. He found the headmaster seated behind his desk, his expression placid. Standing before the desk, clutching a clipboard bedecked with pink flowers and a matching pink handbag, was Dolores Umbridge. She wore a fluffy pink cardigan over her robes and smiled a wide, vacant smile that didn't reach her small, glittering eyes. "Ah, the young man in question," she chirped, her voice like honey poured over broken glass. "Harry, dear, we meet again. I've been so concerned since that dreadfully upsetting hearing. The minister just wants to be sure you're settling in properly." "I am, thank you," Harry said, the words flat. "Splendid. We shall see, shan't we?" Her gaze swept over him, noting his robes, his holly wand at his hip, the stubborn set of his jaw. "Professor Dumbledore has been kind enough to grant me full access to the castle for my assessment. I do so love to get a feel for a child's environment." "Of course, Dolores," Dumbledore said smoothly. "Hogwarts is an open book. And such a large book." She tittered. "Now, Harry dear, why don't you show me to your quarters? A boy's private space tells such a story." It was not a request. Harry led her out of the office and through the castle. Umbridge walked beside him, taking short, quick steps, her heels clicking. She made constant, chirping observations. "Oh, those suits of armor look rather sharp, don't they? Not very safe, and this staircase. It moved. How disorienting for a developing mind." She asked incessant, sugary questions. "Are you making friends, dear? It must be so lonely here before term. Do you have enough to eat? Professor Snape isn't too severe, is he? I understand he can be quite intimidating." Harry answered in monosyllables, his guard up. He could feel the trap in every question. Any complaint could be twisted into evidence of Hogwarts' unsuitability. Any praise could be used to undermine his lawsuit. They reached the portrait of the fat lady. Harry gave the password. Umbridge's smile tightened as she climbed through into the Gryffindor common room. How boisterous, she murmured, eyeing the scarlet and gold hangings with distaste. So much red. It's rather stimulating, don't you think? Not terribly calming. His room was next. She swept in, her small eyes missing nothing. The four-poster bed, the desk with his books and Evans's letters neatly stacked, the window with its view of the grounds, the sneakoscope which remained, troublingly, silent and still in her presence. Adequate, she pronounced, though her tone suggested it was anything but. She picked up a quill from his desk, a standard eagle feather one. And you do your homework here. All alone. No study groups. No peer interaction. She made it sound like a crime. Term hasn't started, Harry said. Of course, of course. She put the quill down and drifted to the window. And what do you look out at, dear? The forest. It looks rather forbidding. Does it frighten you? No. Such a brave boy. She turned, her smile widening. Now, I'd like to observe your daily routine. I understand you have a unique instructional arrangement. Let's start with potions, shall we? Snape, forewarned, was a masterpiece of icy, controlled hostility. Umbridge's presence in his dungeon seemed to offend him on a molecular level. He spoke only in the most technical terms, referring to Harry as the student, and ignoring Umbridge's simpering interjections about nurturing environments and positive reinforcement. When she suggested that perhaps the curriculum was too advanced for an 11-year-old, Snape fixed her with a look that could have frozen lava. The student's aptitude, or lack thereof, is not a reflection of the curriculum's difficulty, but of his own application. The world of potions does not adjust its laws for the sensitive. Umbridge made a note on her clipboard, her smile strained. The afternoon with Moody was a different kind of disaster. Moody had not been warned, or if he had, he didn't care. Umbridge found them in the reinforced classroom, Harry panting and sweaty from practicing a trip jinx on a moving target dummy. Goodness! Umbridge exclaimed, her hand fluttering to her throat. This seems rather vigorous for a child. Life's vigorous, Moody growled, not looking at her, his magical eye fixed on Harry's stance. Again, Potter. And this time, lead with your hip, not your elbow. Professor Moody, is it? Umbridge said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. I must say, these lessons seem more appropriate for an Auror trainee than a first-year student. Where is the theoretical foundation? The historical context? Moody finally turned, his magical eye word, examining her from her pink bows to her sensible heels. Theoretical foundation. You want him to read about dark wizards in a book while one's trying to curse his face off. The best historical context for survival is not dying. Now, if you'll excuse us, we're busy. Umbridge's smile didn't slip, but it hardened into something porcelain and dangerous. I am here under the minister's authority, Professor. I will observe. Observe then. But stay out of the line of fire. Moody turned back to Harry. Now, imagine this dummy's got a clipboard and a stupid smile. Trip jinx. Harry, with a surge of rebellious satisfaction, complied. The dummy lurched and fell flat. Umbridge watched the entire session, her quill scratching furiously on her parchment. Harry knew, with cold certainty, that her report would damn Moody's methods as brutal and dangerous. That evening, as Harry tried to eat under Snape's silent glare and Umbridge's incessant probing about his emotional state and feelings towards authority, and all swooped into the dungeon, bypassing the usual delivery spot to drop a letter directly into Harry's lap. It was from Evans. Snape's eyes narrowed. Umbridge's gaze sharpened with interest. More correspondence. From your solicitor, dear. How frequent? Harry broke the seal under the table, reading it in the shadow of his robes. Harry. The Freedom of Magical Information request was denied. National security. Predictable. However, a source within the Department of Mysteries, remain anonymous, always has provided something better. A copy of the Ministry's internal risk assessment, dated after the Gringotts break-in. It catalogs potential secure locations for the stone. Hogwarts is listed as Option Gamma. The assessment notes, primary advantage, presence of Albus Dumbledore. Primary liability, presence of hundreds of children. Mitigation strategy, layered, puzzle-based protections to deter adult thieves while theoretically containing any collateral damage. They knew placing it here put students at risk. They calculated the danger and deemed it an acceptable trade-off for Dumbledore's protection. This is gross negligence of the highest order. We have them, but we need to prove the stone is actually here, and that its presence has actively increased the danger. Umbridge's arrival is not coincidence. My sources say Fudge is panicking. The negative press from your case is hurting him. He wants to discredit you, Dumbledore, and the idea that Hogwarts is unsafe, all in one stroke. Umbridge will try to paint a picture of a happy, secure boy in a perfectly managed environment. You must not let her. Document everything. Every odd occurrence, every hint of danger. Be the witness. One more thing. The assessment mentions a behavioral consultant to be embedded if Hogwarts was chosen. The consultant's role, to manage narrative perception and ensure subject compliance. I believe Umbridge is that consultant. She is not just there to assess. She is there to control you and the story. Trust no one she approves of. And be careful. TPE. Harry folded the letter, his food turning to ash in his mouth. Manage narrative perception. Ensure subject compliance. It was as if Evans had translated Umbridge's pink cardigan and simpering voice into a cold, legal strategy. She was a weapon, dressed as a grandmother. He looked up. Umbridge was watching him, her head tilted like a curious bird. Bad news, dear. You look quite pale. No, Harry said, forcing his voice steady. Just homework. Of course, she purred. Learning is so important. But her eyes said she knew it was a lie. Later, in the dead of night, Harry couldn't sleep. The castle felt different with Umbridge in it. Her presence was a slick, sweet oil on the water, polluting the ancient magic. He lay listening, and he heard it again, the faint, sibilant whisper, weaving through the stones. The pink one, smells of fear and ministry ink, she can be used, she can be a door. The voice was trying to find a new tool. And Umbridge, with her agenda and her authority, might just be vulnerable. He got up, dressed, and crept out. He didn't go towards the third floor. Instead, he went to the one place he knew he might get a straight answer, however brutally delivered. He knocked softly on the door to Moody's guest room. It was warded, but after a moment, it opened a crack. Moody's magical eye peered out. Potter. What is it? I need to talk. About Umbridge. Moody grunted and pulled the door open. The room was a mirror of his home, cluttered with dark detectors, the faux glass swirling angrily. The face of Lucius Malfoy was now joined by a new, pink, blurry smudge that pulsed with a sickly satisfaction. She's not just an inspector, Harry said without preamble. She's a behavioral consultant. Her job is to make me seem fine and Hogwarts seem safe. To control the story. Moody stared at him, then let out a bark of laughter that held no humor. Evans tell you that. Smart man. Nasty piece of work, that one. She's already filed 3 complaints with Dumbledore. One about my methods, one about Snape's demeanor, and one about the excessive militarization of the castle gargoyles. He limped over to a kettle and poured 2 cups of strong, black tea. She's a bureaucrat, a parasite, but a dangerous one. She writes the rules, then changes them when it suits her. The voice in the stones, Harry said, accepting the chipped mug. It's noticed her. It thinks it can use her. Moody's good eye narrowed. What voice? Harry told him about the whispers he'd heard outside the 3rd floor corridor, the same voice Quirrell had been talking to. Moody listened, his face growing grimmer with every word. So it's not just possession. It's leeching, sending out tendrils of thought. Looking for cracks in the wards, and in people. He slammed his mug down. That's advanced, nasty dark magic. The thing on Quirrell's head is more than a passenger. It's an infection. He looked at Harry. And you can hear it. That's not normal, lad. I know, Harry said quietly. The scar, it prickles when he's near. Moody was silent for a long time. Dumbledore knows. He must. But knowing and stopping are 2 different things. He fixed Harry with his piercing gaze. You stay away from her, and you stay away from Quirrell. You're a lightning rod, Potter. You attract trouble. And now you've got 2 different kinds of storm trying to use you, one in a pink cardigan, and one that lives in a turban. Your job is to not get struck. What do I do? The question was barely a whisper. You do what you're already doing. You learn, you watch, you document, and you let Evans build his case. The law might be a blunt instrument, but it's the only one we've got that can take down a ministry toad without setting off every alarm in the castle. Moody sighed, a rare sound of weariness. Now get back to bed. And don't come here again after dark. Umbridge will have her own spies soon enough. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was dark. But as he passed the bulletin board, a new notice, written in loopy, pink handwriting, caught the torchlight. Ministry approved. Student Well-Being Initiative. Starting tomorrow, all students and early arrivals are invited to tea and talk with Professor Umbridge. A cozy, informal gathering to share feelings, concerns, and hopes for the term. 3 p.m., the Green Drawing Room. Biscuits provided. Attendance is encouraged. Harry stared at the notice. Tea and talk. It was a trap. A pink, biscuit-scented trap designed to glean information, to isolate grievances, to identify the vulnerable. 2. Manage narrative perception. He wouldn't go. He knew that. But as he climbed the stairs to his room, a cold knot of dread formed in his stomach. Umbridge wasn't just observing. She was building a web. And she was starting tomorrow. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore examined a second memo. This one was from Dolores Umbridge, detailing her preliminary findings. They included phrases like, concerning militaristic indoctrination, emotionally sterile instructional environments, and a distinct lack of age-appropriate, ministry-sanctioned pastoral care. Fawkes was still absent. The silver tracking device showed Harry's dot returning to Gryffindor Tower, and a new, pink dot settling into a guest suite in the faculty wing. Another dot, a sickly green, was moving erratically near the third-floor corridor, as if pacing. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. The board was getting crowded. The plaintiff, the guardian, the spy, the parasite, and the fragment of a soul, all moving around the hidden queen on the board, the Philosopher's Stone. And the check, he feared, was coming from a direction he hadn't fully anticipated, not from the Dark Lord's direct attack, but from the Ministry's own bureaucratic, pink-coated zealotry. The lawsuit had opened a door, and now too many things were crawling through it. The notice burned a hole in Harry's mind. Tea and talk. The words were innocuous, friendly. The pink parchment and looping script turned them into a threat. He stared at it the next morning over a solitary breakfast in the Great Hall. Snape had been summoned to a staff meeting, leaving him temporarily unsupervised. The long house tables were empty, their polished surfaces reflecting the gray morning light from the enchanted ceiling. The staff table was vacant except for a lone, sleeping owl that had delivered the daily prophet to Dumbledore's chair. The headline, visible even from a distance, read, Ministry takes charge. Umbridge embedded at Hogwarts for Child Welfare Review. The subheading, Fudge, we must protect Harry Potter from further exploitation. They were painting him as a victim again, but this time, the villain was his own legal counsel and the school that housed him. It was a masterstroke. Umbridge's presence was now a public act of benevolence. Harry's resolve hardened. He would not go to her tea party. He would be studying, or training, or anywhere else. But by midday, a new notice appeared, magically duplicated on every common room board, classroom door, and even the door of the broom cupboard he sometimes passed. This one was less friendly, written in the same looped handwriting but with sharper edges. Attendance at tea and talk is mandatory for all students in residence. Failure to attend will be noted as non-compliance with ministry well-being protocols and may impact your standing at Hogwarts. 3 p.m. The Green Drawing Room. Do not be late. Mandatory. The word changed everything. It was no longer an invitation, it was a summons. To ignore it would be to give Umbridge exactly what she wanted, proof of his rebelliousness, his instability. He had to go. He had to be so bland, so uninteresting, that she would write him off as a compliant, boring child. The Green Drawing Room was a rarely used parlor on the second floor, usually reserved for visiting dignitaries. When Harry arrived at 5 to 3, he found it transformed. The furniture had been rearranged into a cozy circle of chintz armchairs and footstools. A large, floral tea service sat on a low table, surrounded by plates of iced biscuits that looked more like painted plaster than food. The air smelled overwhelmingly of rose perfume and a cloying, vanilla-scented candle. Umbridge stood in the center, beaming. She had changed into a particularly violent shade of peach today, with a matching bow in her hair. She was not alone. 3 other students were already there, looking as uncomfortable as Harry felt. A tall, ginger-haired boy with prefect badges pinned neatly to his robes, Percy Weasley, Harry realized, remembering him from the Ministry atrium. A small, mousy-haired girl in Ravenclaw robes who kept her eyes fixed on her shoes. And a Slytherin boy with a pale, pointed face and white blonde hair, who was examining the room with a lazy, arrogant disdain Harry recognized from the moving picture of Lucius Malfoy in The Prophet. This had to be his son, Draco. "Ah, Harry. So glad you could join us," Umbridge trilled, gesturing to an empty armchair directly opposite her. "Come, sit. Make yourself comfortable. And you know our other guests. Percy Weasley, of course, such a responsible young man. And Miss Morag McDougal of Ravenclaw, and Mr. Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. We're just a cozy little group." Harry sat, forcing his face into what he hoped was a placid, attentive mask. Percy gave him a stiff, formal nod. Morag glanced up briefly, her eyes wide with anxiety. Draco Malfoy smirked, his gray eyes flicking over Harry's scar with a mixture of curiosity and contempt. "Now," Umbridge said, settling herself into the largest armchair, which made her look like a large, smug toad on a lily pad. "This is just an informal chat. A chance for you to share your thoughts, your hopes, your little worries about the coming term. The Ministry cares so deeply about your happiness. We want to hear your voices." She poured tea, handing out delicate china cups. Harry took his but didn't drink. The steam smelled faintly of something herbal and suspicious. "Why don't we start with you, Percy?" Umbridge simpered. "As a prefect, you have such a valuable perspective. How do you find the atmosphere at Hogwarts this summer?" Percy straightened, his face earnest. "It's been very quiet, Professor Umbridge. I've been assisting Professor McGonagall with administrative preparations. The atmosphere is one of orderly anticipation." "Orderly anticipation. How lovely." Umbridge made a note on her clipboard. "And do you feel safe? Secure?" "Oh, yes. Hogwarts has always been the safest place in the wizarding world, in my opinion. Dumbledore's protections are unparalleled." Of course, of course." Her quill scratched. "And you, Miss McDougal? You're here for advanced arithmancy tutoring, I understand. Do you ever feel overwhelmed by the castle? It's so big and old." Morag jumped, spilling a little tea into her saucer. "And no, Professor. I like the quiet. It helps me concentrate. But don't you miss your friends? Your family? It must be lonely." I have my books." Morag's voice was barely a whisper. "Books are wonderful friends," Umbridge agreed, her smile widening. "But real friends are so important. Don't you agree, Harry?" All eyes turned to him. Harry took a careful breath. "I suppose. You suppose. But you've been here for weeks now, all alone. Have you made any friends? Connected with any of the staff in a meaningful way?" He felt the trap yawn open. Any positive connection could be used to show Hogwarts was good for him, undermining the neglect argument. Any negative comment would be evidence of his maladjustment. "I've been focused on my studies," he said neutrally. "And my training with Professor Moody. It keeps me busy." Umbridge's eyes gleamed. "Ah, yes. The training. It seems rather intense for a boy your age. Does it ever frighten you? Make you feel pressured?" "It's educational," Harry said, clinging to Evans's mantra of facts. "Professor Moody is teaching me practical defensive magic. The Ministry curriculum for first years doesn't cover that until much later. I'm getting a head start." "A head start on what, I wonder?" Draco Malfoy drawled, sipping his tea. "On how to sue people." The room went very still. Umbridge's smile didn't falter, but her eyes darted to Malfoy with approval. Now, Draco. We mustn't be unkind. Harry's legal situation is a private, adult matter. But it has caused a lot of disruption, hasn't it? For the school, for the Ministry. Do you ever feel, Harry, that your lawsuit is making it harder for you to just be a normal boy?" The question was a scalpel, designed to separate him from the other students, to paint him as the source of the disruption. Percy was looking intensely at his teacup. Morag seemed to be trying to disappear into her chair. "I didn't choose to be famous," Harry said, his voice tight. "The lawsuit is about choices other people made for me. I'm just trying to get the truth." "The truth can be such a heavy burden for young shoulders," Umbridge sighed, shaking her head. "And all this talk of cupboards and neglect, it's so dismal. Don't you think it's time to put all that unpleasantness behind you and look to the future? The Ministry is willing to forgive and forget, you know. To welcome you with open arms. Forgive and forget." The Dursleys had wanted him to forget too. To be quiet. To disappear. The anger, a hot, familiar coil, tightened in his gut. He clamped down on it. My solicitor advises me not to discuss ongoing litigation. Umbridge's smile tightened. Of course. We must all follow advice. She turned to Malfoy. And you, Draco. How do you find Hogwarts this summer? Malfoy leaned back, a picture of casual arrogance. It's tolerable. Though it's been rather crowded with new arrivals. He glanced at Harry. And the security is overbearing. My father says constant surveillance is the mark of a failing institution, not a strong one. Your father is a very wise man, Umbridge purred. The ministry believes in appropriate oversight, not oppressive surveillance. We're here to help, not to hinder. The tea continued for an hour. Umbridge asked endless, probing questions, weaving a web of implied criticisms. Percy's loyalty to the rules was praised as admirably mature. Morag's shyness was reframed as concerning social withdrawal. Harry's every neutral answer was parsed for hidden meaning. Malfoy's snide comments were encouraged with little nods and smiles. By the end, Harry felt mentally flayed. He hadn't drunk the tea, but he felt drugged by the cloying atmosphere. As they were dismissed, Umbridge held him back with a flutter of her hand. A private word, Harry dear. The other three filed out. Malfoy shot Harry a last, triumphant smirk. Umbridge's expression shifted. The sugary warmth evaporated, replaced by a cold, businesslike sharpness. Sit. He sat. I will be frank, Harry. The minister is deeply concerned. This lawsuit is damaging the reputation of the ministry, and by extension, the stability of the wizarding world. It is also, in my professional opinion, deeply harmful to you. It is forcing you to relive trauma, to dwell in anger. It is stunting your emotional growth. She leaned forward, her small eyes boring into his. I am here to help you. To offer you a way out. Drop the lawsuit. Issue a public statement that you were confused, that you now understand the ministry acted in your best interests, and that you are happy and safe at Hogwarts under the ministry's benevolent oversight. In return, the ministry will quietly settle a generous, private trust fund for your education. You will be allowed to remain at Hogwarts, to have a normal school life. All this, she gestured around, as if the lawsuit were a bad smell. Unpleasantness will vanish. Harry stared at her. It was a bribe. A clean, simple, ministry-approved bribe. Just drop the truth, take the gold, and play the part of the grateful, corrected orphan. It was everything the Dursleys had wanted, dressed up in peach chiffon. And if I don't? He asked, his voice quiet. Umbridge's smile returned, thin and cold. Then I will be forced to write a very detailed report on your psychological state. On your paranoia, your aggression in training, your inability to connect with peers, your fixation on the past. The Wizengamot will look very unfavorably on a child who is clearly too emotionally damaged to understand his own best interests. They may well rule that you are not competent to direct your own litigation. That you need a real guardian, appointed by the ministry, to make decisions for you. And that guardian will, of course, drop the case. The threat was clear. Cooperate, or be declared insane and stripped of all agency. Harry stood up. His legs felt weak, but his voice was steady. Thank you for the tea, Professor. I'll consider your offer. He turned and walked out before she could say another word. In the corridor, he leaned against the cool stone wall, breathing hard. His heart was pounding. They were trying to silence him. To buy him or break him. He needed to talk to Evans. Now. He was halfway to the Ollery when he heard voices from an alcove ahead, hushed, urgent. He recognized one, Quirrell's stutter. The other was low, smooth, and familiar. Malfoy. T told you, it's too well guarded. D. Dumbledore's traps. My father says the Dark Lord is losing patience, Malfoy's voice hissed. The ministry fool is here now, complicating things. We need to move. The Potter boy is the key. The Dark Lord is sure of it. He can get through the protections. But how? He's just a child. And he's watched. The Mad Eye, the solicitor. The Dark Lord has a plan. The Pink Woman is a fool, but she can be used. She wants to control him. The Dark Lord can use that. You will bring the boy to the mirror. You will use his sentiment. I see can't. Snape watches me. And the B-boy is suspicious. Then make him unsuspicious. Befriend him. Guide him. Or the Dark Lord will find a servant who can. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of retreating footsteps. Harry pressed himself into a shadowy niche, his mind reeling. Malfoy was involved. Draco Malfoy, a boy his own age, was delivering messages for Voldemort. And they were planning to use Umbridge, and him, to get the stone. He waited until the sounds faded completely, then ran. Not to the Ollery. To Moody. He found the ex-Auror in his classroom, dismantling a particularly nasty-looking sneakoscope that was whirring and smoking. Harry burst in, gasping out what he'd heard. Moody listened, his magical eye spinning. When Harry finished, he let out a long, low whistle. So the snake's son is the messenger. Makes sense. Lucius would want to keep his own hands clean. He limped over to his faux glass. The faces were a swirling maelstrom. The pink smudge of Umbridge was now intertwined with the pale, sharp face of Lucius Malfoy. They're connecting. Umbridge is a tool for the Malfoys, and the Malfoys are tools for him. He turned to Harry, his face grave. This changes the game. It's not just about the stone anymore. It's about who controls the narrative. Umbridge is here to silence you. The Malfoys are here to use you to get the stone, and you know who is pulling all their strings. What do I do? Harry asked, the weight of it crushing down on him. You do exactly what Evans says. You document. You bear witness. And you stay alive. Moody gripped his shoulder, his hand like iron. But listen to me, lad. This offer Umbridge made you, it's a trap, but it's also a signal. They're scared. Evans's lawsuit is working. It's shaking the tree, and the rotten fruit is falling out. You hold the line. You say no. And you let Evans build his case. The law might seem slow, but it's a stone wall. Dark wizards and bureaucrats both break against it if it's solid enough. That night, Harry wrote a long, detailed letter to Thaddeus Evans. He described the tea, the bribe, the threat. He described the conversation between Quirrell and Malfoy. He asked for guidance. The reply came faster than ever, delivered by a tired-looking barn owl at midnight. Harry, Umbridge's offer is coercion, plain and simple. Document it. Write down every word you remember, date and time. This is witness tampering and intimidation of a minor. It is a crime. The Malfoy connection is explosive. Do not confront Draco. He is a child, likely acting under his father's compulsion. But it confirms our theory. The stone is the target, and you are seen as a means to an end. My motion for discovery of the unaltered Privet Drive logs has been granted. The hearing is in 1 week. The ministry will be forced to produce the records or be held in contempt. This is our breakthrough. Umbridge's presence is a desperate attempt to derail us before then. Stay strong. Record everything. And under no circumstances go near the third-floor corridor, Quirrell, or any friendly overtures from Draco Malfoy. We are close. TPE. Harry folded the letter, a fragile hope kindling in his chest. They were close. A week. He just had to survive a week. He lay in bed, staring at the canopy. The castle was silent, but he could feel the whispers in the stones, a constant, hungry pressure against the edges of his mind. He thought of his mother's note. Guard the mind. He focused on the single, clear thought he'd practiced. I am Harry Potter. My life is my own. He built it not as a wall, but as a light, holding back the creeping dark. Just as he was drifting off, a new sound filtered through, not a whisper, but music. A faint, eerie, beautiful melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It was haunting, sorrowful, and filled with a strange, compelling magic. It was the sound of a flute. His hand went to his pocket, where his own small, wooden flute lay. It was silent. This music was coming from something else. Something ancient, and awake. In the Forbidden Forest, at the edge of the wards, a centaur named Firenze lifted his head, his blue eyes fixed on the castle. He heard the music too, a sound not meant for human ears. It was the song of the Guardian, stirred from its slumber by the converging darkness. He stamped a hoof, troubled. The stars had spoken of a war of laws and whispers. They had not said which would break first. The music did not fade with sleep. It wove through Harry's dreams, a silver thread in a tapestry of dark corridors and whispering stones. He woke with the melody still echoing in his skull, a haunting, wordless song that pulled at something deep in his chest. For a moment, lying in the dark, he felt an almost physical urge to get up and follow it, to find the source of that beautiful, sorrowful sound. But he didn't move. He remembered Moody's warning, the biggest trap is your own curiosity. He remembered Evans's instruction, stay away. He focused on the occlumency exercise, building the light of his own identity, and slowly, the compulsion of the music receded, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. The next morning, the castle felt different. The usual buzz of ancient magic was underscored by a new, watchful tension. At breakfast in the Great Hall, Snape had again been called away, likely to a meeting about Umbridge. Harry noticed the staff table was fuller. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were now in residence, along with a tiny, black-clad witch he recognized as Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher. They spoke in low, serious tones, their eyes occasionally flicking towards the high table where Dumbledore sat, serene, and Umbridge, in peach, held court with a clinking cup and a loud, grating laugh. Umbridge spotted Harry. Her smile widened. She excused herself and bustled over, her heels clicking on the flagstones. "Harry, dear. Just the person. A quick word." He had no choice. "Yes, Professor. I've been reviewing your schedule. It's come to my attention that your defensive lessons with Professor Moody are quite intensive. While physical activity is important, we mustn't neglect the theoretical and the regulatory." She pulled a scroll from her pink handbag. "I've taken the liberty of drafting a new, balanced schedule. Your mornings will remain with Professor Snape for potions and general studies. Your afternoons, however, will now include 2 hours of ministry-approved magical theory and history of regulation with me, followed by only 1 hour of practical defense with Professor Moody, which I will observe to ensure appropriateness." Harry's stomach dropped. She was cutting his training with Moody in half and inserting herself as his teacher. Professor Moody and Headmaster Dumbledore agreed. "The headmaster," Umbridge said, her voice sweet as poisoned honey, "has been reminded that the ministry has ultimate authority in matters of child welfare and educational standards during an official review. My schedule is now mandatory. Starting today, your first lesson with me is at 1 o'clock in the green drawing room. Don't be late." She bustled away, leaving Harry seething. He looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore caught his eye and gave a very small, almost imperceptible shake of his head. "A warning. Do not fight this now." The morning with Snape was, if possible, more acidic than usual. The potions master seemed aware of the new schedule and displeased by it. He set Harry to brewing a complex antidote to common poisons, a task that required such intense concentration that Harry had no mental space to fret about Umbridge. It was, he suspected, Snape's own form of therapy, or torture. At 1, Harry presented himself at the green drawing room. Umbridge had transformed it again. The cozy chairs were gone, replaced by 2 desks facing each other. On the walls were new, framed posters, "The ministry is your friend. And compliance brings contentment," in cheerful, curling fonts. "Sit, dear," Umbridge said, already seated behind the larger desk, a stack of pristine textbooks before her. "We'll begin with the Principles of Magical Law, a Young Witch and Wizard's Guide. Chapter 1. Why Rules Keep Us Safe." The lesson was an exercise in mental suffocation. Umbridge droned on about the importance of ministry decrees, the dangers of unregulated magic, the grateful history of wizard-muggle relations. She asked rote questions and demanded rote answers. Any deviation, any hint of critical thought, was met with a sharp, "Now, Harry, that's not what the book says, is it? We must trust our betters." Halfway through, she set him an essay, "Why the International Statute of Secrecy is the Cornerstone of Modern Wizarding Society." 2 feet of parchment. Due next session. By the time he escaped to Moody's classroom at 3, Harry's head was pounding with the enforced stupidity of it all. Moody was in a black mood. Umbridge was already there, ensconced in a hard chair in the corner, her clipboard ready. "Proceed, Professor Moody. I'm sure it will be enlightening." Moody's jaw worked. "Today," he growled at Harry, "we're working on recognizing and resisting the Imperious Curse." Umbridge let out a little gasp. "The Imperious Curse? On a child? That is a Class A unforgivable, Alistair. It is illegal to cast, let alone teach." "I'm not casting it, you daft woman," Moody snapped. "I'm teaching him what it feels like, how to spot the signs in someone else. Knowledge is defense. The ministry curriculum for first years does not cover the unforgivables in any capacity. This is exactly the kind of dangerous, fear-mongering. The world is dangerous," Moody roared, slamming his fist on a desk. A sneakoscope whistled in alarm. "Pretending it isn't gets kids killed. Potter, pay attention. The Imperious Curse removes free will. The victim feels happy, relaxed, eager to please. The key to resisting is a strong sense of self. You have to want to be you more than you want to be happy. Now, I'm going to put a light, suggestive charm on you, perfectly legal, to simulate the feeling. Your job is to shake it off. Before Umbridge could protest, Moody pointed his wand. Suggestionem libertatis. A warm, fuzzy feeling washed over Harry. It was pleasant, like sinking into a hot bath. A voice in his mind, sounding a lot like Umbridge's, whispered, "Isn't this nice? Just relax. Stop fighting. Everyone will be so much happier if you just comply." He felt a genuine urge to put down his wand, to smile, to agree with whatever was asked of him. But beneath that warmth, the occlumency exercises sparked. I am Harry Potter. My life is my own. The thought was a cold, clear pebble in the fuzzy syrup of the charm. He focused on it. He imagined his mother's handwriting. The heat of his holly wand. The chill of the cupboard floor. My life is my own. The warm feeling shattered. He blinked, breathing heavily. Moody's good eye gleamed with approval. Good. You shook it off in 10 seconds. That's faster than some wars. Umbridge was scribbling furiously, her face pinched. Subjecting a minor to mental influence without proper consent forms, this will be in my report. Write what you like, Moody said, not looking at her. The boy can defend himself. That's what matters. The shortened hour was over too soon. As Harry left, feeling drained but oddly victorious, a house elf he didn't recognize approached him in the corridor. It was wearing a tea towel stamped with the Malfoy crest. It bowed low, its large ears trembling. Master Draco Malfoy requests the pleasure of Master Potter's company for a game of wizard's chess in the Slytherin common room. He says to clear the air. The elf looked terrified. Harry's first instinct was to refuse. But Evans's words echoed, do not confront Draco. And Moody's, you're a lightning rod. If he refused, it might look like fear, or give them another angle. If he went, it was a trap. He needed advice. He went to find Moody, but the ex-Auror was already stumping away towards Dumbledore's office, likely to complain about Umbridge. Snape was out of the question. He made a decision. He would go, but not alone, and not unprepared. He found Percy Weasley in the library, diligently cataloging books for Madame Pants. Percy, he said, keeping his voice low. I've been invited to the Slytherin common room by Draco Malfoy. Professor Umbridge is encouraging inter-house unity. Would you accompany me? As a prefect, to ensure everything is appropriate. Percy looked up, his expression a mixture of surprise and flattery at being asked. The Slytherin common room. It's highly unusual, but if it's for inter-house harmony, and under Umbridge's initiative, I suppose it is my duty. Very well. I shall accompany you. At 7 that evening, Percy led the way to the dungeons. He stopped before a bare stretch of stone wall. The entrance is here. The password changes frequently. He cleared his throat and said, pureblood. A section of the wall slid aside, revealing a low, dark passage. They entered the Slytherin common room. It was a long, low-ceilinged room under the lake. Greenish light filtered through windows that looked out into the murky water, illuminating furniture of dark leather and black wood. The air was cool and smelled faintly of damp and pine. Draco Malfoy was waiting by the fireplace, a chessboard set up on a table. A few older Slytherins glanced over with cold curiosity but left them alone. Potter, Draco said, his voice carefully neutral. And, Weasley. Didn't expect a chaperone. Prefect's duty, Percy said stiffly. I'll just observe. Draco shrugged, as if it didn't matter. He gestured to the chessboard. Black or white? White, Harry said, sitting. He had no intention of letting Draco control the opening move. They began to play. Draco was a good player, aggressive and cunning. Harry, whose experience was limited to playing with himself in the cupboard, was quickly on the defensive. But he watched Draco's face more than the board. So, Draco said casually, capturing a pawn. You've been causing quite a stir. My father's very interested in your lawsuit. Thinks it's revolutionary. Is that what he calls it? Harry moved a knight, a weak move. He wanted Draco to talk. He says it's a shame, a wizard of your potential, being used by a blood traitor solicitor and a madman. Draco's gray eyes flicked up. There are better alliances to be made. More powerful friends. I'm not looking for friends, Harry said. I'm looking for the truth. The truth is what powerful people say it is, Draco sneered, then seemed to catch himself. He smoothed his expression. What I mean is, sometimes it's wiser to listen to those with experience. My father could offer you guidance. Protection. The kind the ministry can't. Is that why you asked me here? To offer your father's guidance. Draco leaned forward, his voice dropping. Let's just say, there are things going on in this castle that your solicitor and Dumbledore don't understand. Dangerous things. I could show you. We could uncover them together. It would be an adventure. And it would prove you're not just a pawn in their game. The offer was blatant. Come with me, break the rules, prove yourself. It was tailored to everything Harry was feeling, the frustration, the desire to act, to not be controlled. It was so obvious it was almost insulting. What kind of things? Harry asked, pretending interest. Draco's eyes gleamed. Things hidden where students shouldn't go. On the 3rd floor, for instance. I've heard noises. Music. Have you heard it? The flute. So that was the bait. No, Harry lied. I sleep with earplugs. The castle creaks. Draco looked momentarily thrown. Oh, well, it's there. A 3-headed dog, they say. Guarding something. Dumbledore's little secret. Don't you want to know what? Percy, who had been pretending to read a book, stiffened. That's enough, Malfoy. The 3rd floor is out of bounds. Spreading rumors is against school rules. Draco leaned back, smirking. Of course, Prefect. Rules. He looked at Harry. Think about it. The offer stands. Sometimes, you have to choose your own side. The game ended quickly after that, with Harry in checkmate. He and Percy left the Slytherin dungeon in silence. Once they were in a deserted corridor, Percy turned to him, his face serious. He was trying to lure you into trouble, Harry. You must report this to Professor McGonagall. A 3-headed dog. Preposterous. But still, it shows intent. I will, Harry said. But he knew reporting it would do little. It was just a conversation between students. No rules broken. That night, the flute music returned. It was louder, more urgent, a pleading, desperate melody. Harry lay awake, fighting the pull. He got up and went to his window. In the moonlit grounds, he saw a huge, shaggy shape moving near the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid. No, bigger. It loped towards the castle and vanished from view near the east wing. The music was coming from inside the castle now. And it was leading the thing. The next day, an owl brought the summons. The hearing for the discovery of the unaltered Privet Drive logs was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Evans requested his presence. Dumbledore granted permission, but with conditions. Moody would escort him, and they would return immediately after. The morning of the hearing, Harry dressed in his best robes. He met Evans and Moody in the entrance hall. Evans looked sharp and determined, a stack of legal parchments under his arm. Moody was scanning the surroundings, his magical eye whirring. Ready? Evans asked. Harry nodded. They stepped onto the grounds, and Moody activated a portkey, an old newspaper this time. The wrenching pull, the blur, and they landed in the familiar, grimy alley behind the ministry. The hearing was not in the dungeon courtroom, but in a smaller, wood-paneled chamber on level 4. It was a closed session, but the air was thick with tension. The Wizengamot committee was there, along with Cornelius Fudge, looking sweaty and irritable, and a team of ministry solicitors. Dolores Umbridge sat primly in the front row of the observers' seats, a pink blot against the dark wood. Amelia Bones presided. This hearing is to compel the ministry to produce the unaltered, original logs of all visits and communications regarding the welfare of Harry James Potter at number 4, Privet Drive, between the years 1981 and 1991. The plaintiff's counsel has presented evidence of tampering. The ministry's response. A ministry solicitor stood. The ministry maintains that the logs in question were consolidated for efficiency. No data was destroyed. The alterations are merely administrative updates. Evans stood, cool and calm. With respect, that is a lie. I have here a sworn affidavit from a former Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes clerk, who states that on 3 separate occasions, he was ordered by his superior, one Peregrine Cattermole, to vanish entire entries detailing missed welfare checks and complaints from neighbors about the boy's treatment. The originals were shredded. The copies were edited. He placed the affidavit on the table. Fudge turned pale. This clerk is a disgruntled former employee. His testimony is worthless. Then you will have no objection to submitting the originals to a Veritaserum verified audit, Evans said smoothly. Or to explaining to this committee why such administrative updates always seem to paint a rosier picture of Mr. Potter's home life than the reality we now know. There was a long, painful silence. Amelia Bones's monocle gleamed. The ministry will produce the original, unaltered logs within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in a charge of contempt of the Wizengamot and obstruction of justice. It was a clear, stunning victory. Fudge looked like he'd been struck. Umbridge's smile was frozen on her face, her small eyes darting between Evans and Harry with pure, undiluted hatred. As they left the chamber, Evans allowed himself a small, tight smile. They're cornered. Those logs will show a pattern of deliberate neglect. We'll have them. But the victory felt hollow to Harry. Because as they walked back through the ministry atrium, he saw, reflected in the polished gold of the fountain, a pale, pointed face watching them from behind a pillar. Lucius Malfoy. And the man wasn't looking at Evans. He was looking directly at Harry, his expression one of cold, calculating interest. The message was clear, the legal battle was one front. The other was just beginning. Back at Hogwarts that evening, exhausted, Harry fell into a fitful sleep. The flute music did not come. Instead, he dreamed of logs and ledgers burning with green fire, and a voice that was both Fudge's and Quirrell's master's, whispering, "You win a battle. We win the war." He woke to a new notice, magically pasted to his bedroom door. It was on ministry parchment, signed by Dolores Umbridge. By order of the Ministry of Magic, Department of Education and Child Welfare. All practical defensive magic instruction for underage students is hereby suspended pending review of curriculum and instructor qualifications. Theoretical instruction in defense against the dark arts will be provided by Professor Dolores Umbridge, following the ministry-approved syllabus. Effective immediately. Moody was out. Umbridge was in. And the flute music, Harry knew with a cold certainty, was the sound of the trap being set. The Guardians were being called to their posts. The game was moving to its final stage, and he had just been stripped of his best teacher. In the Forbidden Forest, the centaur Firenze watched the stars through a break in the canopy. The alignment was clear. The warrior, Mars, was flanked by the scales, Libra, and the serpent, Hydra. A battle of law and cunning, with violence at its heart. He stamped his hoof, uneasy. The boy with the lightning scar was walking a path lined with thorns from both the righteous and the wicked. And the music had stopped. The Guardian was in place. The only sound now was the quiet, hungry breathing of the beast, and the softer, deadlier rustle of bureaucratic parchment. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.